All right, here we go. Welcome to the Pocket Dimension, where we are going to be building all the things. Paint all the things, build all the things. Build all the things, paint all the things. Play all the things. So, we are going to be painting, or we're going to be building the Churchill tank. Churchill tank. That's not two words, Churchill. That's one word, Churchill tank from Warlord Games. This fine Tanksgiving Day. And I'm sure that there are many of you who are tankful for tanks. Tanks! Not just for 19 series. So here we go. Let's see. Close cam. Close cam because the face cam don't work. Talk to the close cam because the face cam ain't working. So hope everybody is having a good time today. Probably with friends and family. But if you need to hide out from the holidays, feel free to hang out here. Oh, I got so many things I'm working on here. So many things to do. Let's bring up the chats. We've got a bot trying to sell me free viewers. Cheap viewers. Buy cheap viewers. I'm not going to buy your viewers. Not going to buy viewers at all. I should never have to buy viewers. I'm going to report that because it is a bot. Bot. Selling views bought at one, sorry, at probably around 17 minutes here. Block the bot, and then we're going to ban the bot. Alright. Cool. You know the day's going to go well when the first chat is from a bot. So alright, so let's see what we got here. What's up, Pumpkin? You gonna supervise today? You gonna supervise, check everything out? I gotta make this. I'm working on this post. I'm just trying to give everybody a little update here. I really wish that you could actually use your post function here in the I wish that Facebook wasn't so stupid as far as, like, you get like 12 characters to write your sentence here. It's stupid. Oh, come on. Come on, stupid thumb, get out of the way. Alright. Alright, Pumpkin. What's going on, buddy? Okay. You don't know. You don't know. Alright. Well, if you don't know, then who does? Alright. Let's see. What else am I doing? I want to do a thing here. As with all Thanksgiving streams, we have a certain contestation with the cat here. He's trying to dominate. Get down off the desk, buddy. Yes, so as with all Thanksgiving streams, Tankathons, we do we'll look up all the information that we can find about or at least we'll look at a book. I have a book on tanks. I couldn't find it. I misplaced it. So we're going to go to Wikipedia. If the cat will stop being so obstreperous. Stop being obstreperous. He says, but I can help. I have disposable thumbs. You don't have disposable thumbs. Wiki. Actually, get off of the computer. You just want to be everywhere, don't you? You are in rare form today there, buddy boy. Mr. Pumpkin. Alright, here is the AI overview of the Churchill tank. The Churchill tank was a British infantry tank of World War II. We know this. If you didn't know this, now you know this. Known for its heavy armor, low speed. So this thing was slow. And if you've ever played it in World of Tanks, well, it is very slow. Very slow. But it makes up for it with heavy armor. But it had an ability to climb steep slopes because it had a long wheelbase. Narrow but long. But it could climb up steep slopes pretty well. Though it had a mixed reputation initially, it was developed to support infantry and was characterized by its distinctive suspension with multiple road wheels and tracks that wrapped around the hull, allowing it to traverse difficult terrain. The tank was continuously upgraded throughout the war with various marks featuring different main guns, which included the 6-pounder and later a 75mm gun, which those were your anti-tank guns for tank-on-tank, and was the basis for many specialized vehicles like the Churchill Crocodile flamethrower and the AVRE, which carried a large mortar for bunker busting. So, alright, Pumpkin. Sitting on my lap, you're doing such a good job, my boy. So, let's look at what the box looks like here from Warlord Games. Now, I've supplied this myself. The only thing I've done so far is just take the cellophane wrapping off of it. So, 156 scale hard plastic World War II Churchill infantry tank that can be used as a Mark III, Mark IV, Mark V, Mark VI, or Mark VII with the welded hull, AVRE or the NA75 version. Stat cards, full color water slide decal sheet, construction leaflet, which that's going to be important, and damage markers. So as we can see here, we've got the Mark III, the AVRE, that's the mortar one. The Mark VCS, the Mark 5, the NA-75, and the Mark 4. So I'm probably going to go with the cast hull and the 75 millimeter gun. Even though the 6-pounder gun from the Mark III, 6-pounder gun was a very good anti-tank gun, but the 75 was a more of a high velocity gun. So, and the 75 also matched, basically matched the gun from the Sherman. So logistically speaking, they needed less variance of ammunition to keep their tanks running. Let's read the copy here on the back. It says the A-22 infantry tank Mark IV is more popularly known as the Churchill, named after Sir John Churchill, not Winston, the first Duke of Marlborough and one of Britain's finest generals. The Churchill saw actions from 1942 through the end of World War II, providing valuable infantry support, and saw service in most of the theaters of war in the armies of the British Commonwealth and Soviet Union. So it was also a Lend-Lease, much like the Matilda, the Sherman, the Lee and the Grant. Those were all early war tanks that went also to the Soviets. So, the Churchill actually had more frontal armor than a Tiger I tank. It really did. It was like 9 inches of armor. It's really thick. If you go to the Tank Museum YouTube page and take a look at the Churchill that they have, they do a little blurb on the Churchill. And the front hatch is open. There's a little hatch down here on the front, what this would be the front glacis area here. There's a hatch. Yes. I gotta pay the cat tax. The pet tax. There's a little hatch down here, and they open that hatch, and that thing is probably between 6 and 9 inches thick. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to slam shut on my fingers. Wouldn't have any fingers left to slam shut on after that slammed shut on my fingers. So, let's see. So it had more frontal armor than Tiger I, which is like 6 or 9 inches, something like that. It's pretty amazing how thick that front armor is on that thing. And it was initially armed with a 2-pounder howitzer. 2-pounder or howitzer. It was upgunned to a 6-pounder gun, and then for the last months in Africa beyond, the more potent 75 millimeter gun. The Churchill also provided the basis for a range of engineer and vehicles such as the AVRE and its devastating spigot mortar. So that's a weird looking contraption there with that mortar. But I'm not going to build this one. I'm going to build this one or this one somewhere in between here. So that's the welded turret because it has the sharp edges. This is the cast turret with the rounded edges on it. So, yep. Well respected by its crews due to its rugged reliability and extraordinary climbing ability. So this thing could go up really steep grades. It was also a favorite with British and Commonwealth infantry in need of armor support as they moved slowly through Europe to victory. And it was a slow tank. Always so slow. The British tanks were slow. They were always designed solely. The idea of armored cavalry hadn't really been a thing. So the British just considered the same way that tanks were designed during World War I as infantry support. Again, the British were still thinking of their tanks as infantry support. So they kind of didn't get out of that particular mindset for a long time. And then you started seeing things like the Valentine and the Cruiser, Cruiser 1, Cruiser 2. Then up to the Cromwell. Cromwell's a great tank. Love that one. Super fast. It's a good medium tank. It's very, very fast, very, very agile. If you go to Lindy Beige's, I'm sure that everybody that watches me probably watches Lindy Beige over on YouTube. But Lindy Beige talks about the Cromwell tank. And I encourage you to watch that video. It's a great video. He tells of a crew that had a Cromwell that had actually been a training tank, and they actually accidentally accidentally got assigned to them. They didn't know it was a training tank, and they took it into battle. And there's some interesting things that happened with it. So anyhow, let's get stuck in. What do you say? What do you say? Let's see who packed this. This is always neat. Whenever I get a Warlord Games product, it's always neat to see who packed it. There's always a little tag in there that says who packed it. Usually there is. I don't see one this time. So there's damage markers. So a little bit of colored poly and MDF tokens, so you can decide how damaged your tank is in the middle of the game. You can keep track. That's pretty cool. And just a box, just empty box now. Let's see if somebody put their tag in there to see who packed it. It was packed for us by Alexandra. So thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Alexandra of Warlord Games, for doing a fine job packing up this piece of equipment. Here are the unit cards. Churchill AVRE, no transport. There's the decals. So don't know if I'll get to the decals today. Well, the decals I can't do until I paint, and I don't know if I'll be painting today. Definitely put it together, but as far as painting, I don't know. Here is the card for the AVRE with the spigot mortar, the points on it. Here is the Mark IV with the improved 75mm gun. And here is the 3, 4, and 5 with the welded hull there. 212 points, 265, 318, 222, inexperienced, regular, veteran. So that's pretty cool. You know what? So I'm going to send out another little thing here on the Facebook to one of my groups here. They don't make it easy to find your stuff there. There we go. Oh, come on. I I don't want capital. Just because it's the beginning, I don't want the capital letter there. Pumpkin, you are not to be on the table here, buddy. You want to help, don't you? I know you want to help, but no! No helping from the kitty cat. You're trying. You're trying. I know you are. All right. What are you doing down there, Pumpkin? What are you into? Yep. Okay. Are you satisfied with? Have you satisfied your curiosity yet, buddy boy? Okay. All right. Here we are. Now, okay. So we've looked at the decal sheet, the damage markers, the note from Alexandra, packed by Alexandra. Thank you, Alexandra, again for doing such a wonderful job packaging our little toy plastic tank here. And of course, Warlord Games has their flyer here. So there you go. Bolt action, Hail Caesar, Pike and Shot, Black Powder, and of course their epic scale Black Powder, Pike and Shot, Hail Caesar epic scale stuff. Pretty cool. They've got Hannibal, they've got Carthage versus Rome for their epic size stuff. They've got Civil War, that's American Civil War. They've got Pike and Shot, which is everybody's Civil War. They've got American Revolution. They've got they're really nailing it hard in the with the epic scale stuff. So pretty neat. I've got some of the Civil War stuff. I'm not going to invest too much in the epic scale stuff. I've got enough to paint already. So we're going to follow the directions, and by the end of the day, we should have a fully operational Churchill tank. So, what's the first thing to do? Drill out holes in parts 4 and 5 for Mark III and Mark IV models. Well, let's see. Which one do I want to build? Well, let's see. I'll put the box right here. I set the box down here somewhere so that I could reference it. There it is. But what's the difference between the chassis? That's what I want to know. Mark IV welded turret, Mark IV cast turret. Cut slot in part 20. Cut slots for Mark IV AVR. Okay. Make the left-hand set of tracks. Repeat this stage with the part numbers in brackets. Alright. So, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Well, I'm not really sure too much about how I want to do this. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. All right. So, Churchill Heavy Infantry Tank. Drill out holes in parts 4 and 5 for Mark 3 and Mark 4 models. And take a sip of coffee. Ah, coffee. Sweet elixir of life. Let's see. 7 and 8. Well, how do I know? I mean, what's the difference in the chassis? That's what I want to know. Okay, so this part right here is this little part right here. See, now the thing a lot of people will do is they'll just start building, and they won't look over their whole build sheet yet. So sometimes it's good to read ahead and make sure and see what is going on here. So it looks like there's a little box that goes on the inside of these horns. That's what this is called, where these stick out past the cabin. They call that the horns. So piece number 30 and piece number 31 are for Mark 3 and Mark 4, which is why they want you to drill out these little holes here. But I really don't know what the difference is between Mark 3 and Mark 4. So that would be this little box right there. Some kind of toolbox or something, I guess. So this is Mark 4 with the welded Mark 4 with the cast turret. So I think Mark 4 is probably the more useful tank. The Mark 3 was the early one, which had the weaker gun. So, all right, Pumpkin. All right, buddy. Am I going to have to evict you from the pocket dimension? I know you want to spend the day on my lap, and I would love to have you here, but I have got things I've got to do, buddy. Yeah, I do. Look, you slept on my legs all last night. Okay, Pumpkin? You slept on my legs all last night. Aren't you done? Aren't you tired of cuddling? Alright, I gotta put you out of the pocket dimension. I gotta get this done. I gotta get started. And you are a big distraction, sir. You want to wrestle? You want to wrestle? Alright, we'll wrestle. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Alright. Out. Out you go. Out you go. Alright. Of course, now I've got lunch coming in about 2 hours. So actually it's 10:30 now. It'll be in about an hour. 11:40 to 12 o'clock noon. I've got lunch coming. So I DoorDashed Bob Evans today. So I guess we will use these little toolboxes there. We'll stick those on. So I guess we will drill those holes, but I don't know that I really would need to. I mean, I would think I could just cut the pegs off the back of those toolboxes and stick them on if I wanted them. But they don't seem to be necessary for the actual. I mean, I guess if I was trying to make super specific model number, which I'm not, I would probably care more. So I don't think I'm going to do that. But it says cut slot in part 20, so there's a slot there. Cut slots for Mark 4, which I think we're going to go for the Mark 4. Mark 5, Mark 4B, and a 75 in AVRE. So I think this is, but why? Why do you need those? Why do you need that? If this is the back end of the hull tub here, the lower tub, don't know why. Well, let's go ahead and open up the bag here, and we'll get rolling. Keep away from small children. I try to keep away from small children. Kids are great. Kids are great, but they got greasy little fingers. No, I really do like trying to pass on the hobby to kids. I like to run paint and takes. It's always fun to see kids paint their first figures. Always neat. All right. So here we are. We've got 2 sides to every treads here. And there's the treads themselves. Here is part number 66. Wipe them out, all of them. There's the bottom tub for the chassis. My first initial thought is this plastic is it feels a little bit brittle, actually. Feels a little, I don't want to say cheap, because plastic is cheap anyway. All plastic is cheap. It feels like cheap plastic. Well, I mean, sure, I guess. I always think it's funny when I hear somebody doing a model review, a kit review on YouTube, and they go, well, the plastic just feels really cheap. No duh, it's plastic. What it is, what they mean by that is, well, first, I don't think they know much about plastic, but what they mean by that is it's not so much that it's cheap, it just has a different mix of plasticizers and vinyl and the various things that makes plastic plastic. It's still polystyrene, but the mix is slightly different. So it's probably got, because your polystyrene, your 2 main ingredients are ABS and vinyl. So for a stiffer plastic, more ABS, less vinyl, you're going to get that less bendy, less flexible sort of feel. It just is what it is. Now, it was said part 32. 7, 8, 32. So 32 I'll have to take a look at when we get there. Part 7 and 8. Part 7 and 8 is one and 2. One and 2. Maybe that's step 7 and 8. Oh, there we are. 7 and 8. Okay, so part 7 and 8. And then it has these little things here. So those are those holes to knock out. To drill out. So I see. I see what game you're at, Stallard and Company. I see what you're saying. And we'll clean these up a little bit. Looks like I nicked that one and flat spotted it a little bit, but I don't think anybody's going to notice. I think it's on the inside anyway. And if they do, we'll just put a little mud on it. I don't usually do a whole lot of weathering on my models. I always feel like weathering is an excuse for not being able to paint details. There, I said it. If you overly rely on weathering, you are lousy at highlighting and painting your details. Hot take from JP Got Rockets. No, if you like to weather your models, have at it. More weathering the better. But honestly, there is a caveat, because too much weathering is too much. It looks fake. It looks wrong. It's finding that nice balance where it looks like, yeah, they take care of it, but it sits out in the weather, so therefore variant has a little variation in paint colors and the like. If things sit out in the weather, just lots of things that lots of things that look different one way will look different after they're weathered too. So, all right. Like your paint fades in the weather, sunshine, dust, grime, mud, all has an effect on the finishes. Wear and tear, troops climbing up on things, wears paint away. No tanker worth their salt will let their ride get as crusty and rusty as you may have seen people paint up, say, some 40K tanks, and they're all just covered in filth and grime, and they look like they're about rusted through. Well, that's an extreme way of doing your weathering, and extreme weathering like that is very often not realistic. Which, I mean, realistic and 40K don't go together, obviously. But a little dust, a little mud, a little discoloration here and there. That's to me, that seems like that'd be the way to go. But the thing is you want to be sparing. There's a certain amount of sparingly. Add your weather sparingly, so it doesn't have to be all rusty and all crusty all the time. The illustrations on the back of this are really good examples of appropriate weathering. So we see some variations in the paint. Here we see streaks. We see a little yellow, a little blue in the paint here where it's maybe gotten more sun, some fading, cold heat cycles affect the paint job. We can see that the treads, while they got a little bit of rust where they actually meet the road, they're polished out. They're clean. They're a little rusty between them, but that happens. The dust is collected here, but it's not like big gunks. Lots of gunk here. Now here we've got a little more extreme weathering. This was obviously in the desert. A lot of the moisture in a desert comes from condensation. So there's been mud, there's been dust and everything kicked up in the desert here, and it sits there and it gets mixed in with that condensation from the nighttime, and it gets real sticky there and probably leaves a little bit more of a rustiness. It affects that dust is very abrasive, so it affects the paint finish. So it's getting some rust down there. But again, we don't see, the treads aren't rusty. You can always see they're polished off on the places where they hit the road or the surface that they're traveling on. So, but these are actually excellent examples of weathering done correctly. So keep that in mind whenever you decide to do weathering on your models, whether or not you want to do weathering even. See what I did there? Snuck that one in on you. So, if you are watching out there, I hope somebody's watching. I would love to hear from you in the chat, see what you think. But if you don't want to chat, that's fine. If you're watching on YouTube and Rumble, welcome. If you don't mind hitting share, like, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, go for that. You can share the stream as well. That'd be terrific. Of course, there's no obligation to, but I would love it if there were. And if you'd like to, if you're watching on either of the other platforms not currently known as Twitch, why don't you hop over to Twitch and hit the purple button in the lower right hand part of the screen, just below the screen actually, where it says donate to charity. I am running a charity drive, a fundraiser for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is, they do some good work. They are there for everybody, not just one group, whether, say, veterans or people dealing with identity issues. They're there to help everybody. And I know for a fact that they have a veterans prompt on there if you call up the 988 Lifeline. But they're not just about calling if you're feeling bad. You can actually get a hold of them and they can help link you up with local therapists. They can give you literature and information on how to find coping mechanisms. They're a good resource if you are not feeling like yourself or not feeling the way you feel like you should, and you're thinking of hurting yourself. Well, talk to somebody. It doesn't have to be the 988 Lifeline. They do have good resources that can help you get through that. But talk to a friend. Talk to a stranger. And that's one thing the 988 Lifeline is. You know, the person on the other end is a stranger, but they also don't want to read another headline. So, give yourself a chance. Especially men. This is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So, take care of yourself, fellers. Get the help you need. I've never heard anybody that asks for help be called a coward. So, it's not a personal weakness by any means to seek help. If you have something that's really heavy, say a refrigerator or a couch, and you need to call your buddy Tom come over and help you move it, you're gonna call your buddy Tom to help you move a couch or refrigerator or whatever is too heavy for you to lift. Well, sometimes our own feelings are too heavy for us to lift. So it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to talk about. Sometimes as men, we tend to be told, well, don't talk about your feelings. Only a weenie or a ninny or a Nancy boy talks about their feelings. But sometimes there's things that are just eating us up inside. And if we bottle them up, well, an explosion is pressure relieved. It's a relief of an explosion is a release of pressure in an uncontrolled manner. So we don't want to explode on ourselves and hurt ourselves, and we don't want to hurt anybody else. Sometimes we think that a crisis lifeline like the 988 group is just there for if we think we're going to hurt ourselves. Well, if you think you're going to hurt somebody else, you can talk to them too. But there is nothing wrong with asking for help. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I don't feel good. I don't feel like myself. I'm not my happy old self. And because we all deserve tomorrow, And the only person that can really take that away is ourselves. So don't take away tomorrow. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. It could be the greatest day of your life. You don't know. But you can't find out if you're not there. Don't get hung up on past mistakes. Again, like I said the other night, we all have a rear view mirror in our car, but we don't pay attention to the rear view mirror. We watch the rear view mirror for hazards that may be coming up from behind us. We use it for backing up, maybe. There are uses for the rear view mirror, but it is not how we drive our car forward. So don't get so hung up in the past that you deprive yourself of the future. All right. So far we've raised $116 out of $250 for the 988 suicide and crisis lifeline. So today it'd be nice if we could reach the final $100 to get there. That would be terrific. All right. So 7, 8, 52, 58. 1 and 2. Well, let's see. Let me just take one of these treads off of here. And we'll see. We'll see which side it works on. This is part number 47. But if you need to hide away from the holidays today for a little bit, this is a good place to do that. All right. $52 and $51. $52 Hey, DD Minis, how's it going? 52 and 51. So DD Minis has already donated to the fundraiser. He was one of the first. He's a hard charger. He donated 25, so that was good for him. Appreciate his help out there. You can be like DD Minis, or you can donate $1 or $2. There is no requirement here for sticking around on the channel, but it's there. I am doing my usual Thanksgiving stream, as you are used to. I usually do on the Thanksgiving. So, Thanksgiving stream is streaming. So I'm building the Churchill from Warlord Games here. That is number 52, yep. So that's what I'm doing, DD. And sipping a coffee. And I've got Bob Evans' lunch coming here in about an hour. So that will be coming on the DoorDash, which I should go check my phone and see if something came through. I heard my phone go ding. I need to check that and see what that's all about. And 52 and 51. 51 is in the front. So I'm just working on building a tank. Saddest day of my life. Well, not really, but a sad day was when they moved the tank museum from Knox down to Benning. So, alright, so I think it'll fit right there like that, so I need to tack that in. Going to continue on with the Nemesis Claw Kill Team. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Folks, DD Minis is a fellow streamer. He streams from time to time. Right here on Twitch. Give him a look. Right-click his... click on his name there and give him a follow. You don't even have to check out his page right now. But definitely go give DD Minis a follow. Great guy. Terrific fella. Alright. We're going to let that... I just tacked it on. We're going to let that dry. So the community is now back. My ad is over. Good. Good, good. So I've been painting up a bunch of gnolls for November. But today is a little bit of a breakaway because it is Thanksgiving. A place to bunker down and hide away from the holidays. Oh, come on. Get glued on there, you. Phone just dinged again. I need to see what that's all about. Let's see. I've got a little clamp there, but it's too small. Alright, I'm just going to have to hold this. I'm going to have to hold this while I go check my phone real quick. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Enjoy this beautiful cover illustration of the Churchill tank while I'm gone. I'll be just gone just a minute. Yeah, my Thanksgiving stream, that's all it is. It's just a picture of a tank. That's all. We're just going to sit there and look at it for 8 hours. Let me check my phone. Get out of my seat. Come on, get out of my seat there, buddy. All right. Out, out, out. Thank you. All right. I guess there's just a couple emails came through, just promotionals. Email on your cell phone. Worst idea ever. Hey. Hey, you. We got a cat on stream here. Cat on stream. Let's go ahead and clean that little bit off there. Yeah, I usually work pretty clean. I'm not a big weathering guy. If I do any weathering, I usually pumpkin. Yes, that's what he's saying. That's what he's doing there, DD. He says, I show you how to do properly. Cat syntax there. Are these both practically the same? Because if they are, I'm not going to worry too much about it. They are practically the same. Although, it looks like their little tabs. Well, little tabs are about the same angle out too, aren't they? They're both going over similarly sized rollers on the end, so probably pretty close to being what they are in each other. Although, could be one side might be taller than the other. There is a cat inspecting my work. What's up, buddy? What's up, Pumpkin? You really want to try to help, don't you, buddy? Oh, let's see. Is that twisted? No. No, that's okay. Alright. I like having you on my lap while I work, but I can't work. This is very delicate work, pal. If this were something silly like just basing, I would definitely have you here. But I got to put you out of the room here. I do. You act like you've not seen me forever. I've been hijacked. The stream has been hijacked. Hijacked by a cat. Cats are terrorists. They work for an outfit called Chaos and Treachery Incorporated. That's CAT. It's an international den of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells. And you always know it's the orange ones. Pumpkin says, I know where you sleep. That's right. He does. I can't get anything done with you here. I can't get anything done with you, silly boy. I really don't want to open up my glue with your sensitive little nose in the way either. That's why you're here. You came for the glue, didn't you? You came for the glue. You said, I'm going to help. I'm going to show you. Oh, open the glue, Dad. Open the glue. I mean, you do have a 14 times more sensitive nose than I do. So, I'm going to have to put you outside. I'm going to have to put you in the other room, buddy. Yep, you're just too much to be in here right between me and the workspace. Okay? Don't eat the sanding stick. No. Alright. Alright, I'm going to put you out of the pocket dimension. Evict you from the pocket dimension. Ow! Ow! I got a good cat. I really do. Except at 3:30 in the morning when he knocks things off of the shelves because, it's full 3 hours before breakfast time and he's hungry. I'm hungry. I must eat. I'm going to die. I'm going to die if you don't feed me before. I already ate 6 hours ago and now and I have to wait another 2 hours. Oh no. I'm going to waste away. The doc said I have to keep him down around, try to keep him down around 11 pounds because when I took him in, hey RP LLTD, just pet the cat, Sparky. This is gonna be, this is a cat stream now, right? I tell you what. It's a funny thing, cats. RPLTD says, just pet the cat, Sparky. I did. I pet the cat for quite a bit there, actually. He gets lots of pets. He gets lots of petting. He gets more petting than any cat I've ever known. Sitting out on the couch, watching the YouTube. That's all he gets, is he just sits there and gets petted. But yeah, he's a good boy. But no, the doc said, when I took him in last year, the doc said he was 15 pounds. And so I've been trying to keep him on a diet. vet said that cats only require 230 calories a day, which I think is really not. That sounds like a really weird small amount, but it's right. I mean, the vet said so. So I feed him a quarter of a cup of food in the morning and a quarter of a cup of food in the evening, because the nutritional information on the food bag said that 3/8 of a cup, 3/8 of a cup is 230 calories altogether. So, he's getting a little bit more than that, but he's not just eating food to eat food whenever he wants to eat food. Because I do have a gravity feeder, which I fill up before I go on out of town. Like if I'm away for a week, I will use the gravity feeder, and so he gets a little bit off diet. But I try to keep him on diet, and try to keep him going with a slight caloric deficit, so that he will not eat too much and have the problems. See, if cats eat too much, they get overweight, then they can't clean themselves, and they also can get diabetes. Yes, cats can get diabetes just like people. My client, one Mr. Pumpkin, is alleging lack of attention and neglect. We are willing to take this to court, but will accept a settlement of 50 cans of tuna and 100 hours of uninterrupted pets. Yes. Very true, Dee Dee. Very true. Very true. Now what's funny is this has these fenders that go over the tops of the treads, but they make you put the treads on anyway. I guess without the treads going all the way around, your model's not going to be able to move on the tabletop somehow. Like for Lehman Russ tanks, I wouldn't even put the top treads on. Give this a little bend. Oops. Actually, let's see. It should go this way, shouldn't it? So that needs to flatten out again. But no, the doc says I gotta watch his diet, so I try to watch his diet. And take good care of him, because I want him to be around for a while. But he doesn't see it that way. Pumpkin's like, come on, I'm starving, man. You've only given me, I only have 110 calories today. Like, well, you get another 120 calories coming up. And then he's hungry still. And then he throws a tantrum. Yep, he started throwing tantrums lately. Speaking of tanks, I might end up with a Baneblade at this year's Gotmas at Warhammer. Nice. Very cool. I've always wanted to get a Bane blade, just never really done it. Those are nice kits, big kits. That'll keep you busy for a while. Also buy magnets. If you're going to build a big tank like that, you know, sometimes people only want to buy it once. I get that. So buy magnets so you can magnetize your options. That's what a lot of people do anyway. Alright. One track side done. Got mags? Yeah. That's what I'm going to do with some of my Horus Heresy tanks. I'm going to magnetize them. I've never really been a big fan of magnetization, but that was before. I mean, I got a lot of stuff back before the prices went ridiculously ridiculous on this stuff. So, which I could probably magnetize this tank as well and do the different cannons here. But these are so small. So you got the 75 millimeter, you got the spigot mortar there, you got the 6-pounder here. This is a 75 and that's a 75. So yeah, I don't know. Those are interesting. But I'm not there yet. I haven't gotten there yet. But those would be very difficult to magnetize, I think, because they're very small. That's the thing about historical figures. Historical figures tend to be considerably less chunky than, say, science fiction and fantasy figures. Probably build it during my 12. Yep. Once. I did that with my knights. Yeah, the knights. I'm thinking about doing the same. Magnetizing. I've got Knight Castellan, which the Castellan kit comes with the other. I mean, it comes with. It's funny, they make 2 boxes for the same sprues because they're selling you. They like, oh yeah, this is the Knight Castellan, but it's also the other variant that's in the box, which they have another box for. So they make 2 boxes for the same kit, which makes both variants. Like when you go onto the website, the Warhammer website, they sell you they say they've got 2 listings for the same kit because it's 2 different boxes, but it's the same ingredients in the box. So it makes both variants. So it's kind of funny because they do the same thing with the Predators too. Well, this is the Predator Annihilator, and this is the Predator Destructor, and it's the same. It's the same thing. It's just the weapons loadout that you snip off of the sprues. But yeah, I think my knights, I would do the same thing, DD. I have one knight that's already built, primed, but it was secondhand, built and primed. So lunch is going to be here in about a half hour. Let me check my phone real quick. Oh, you sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Well, good news, folks. Bob Evans has confirmed my DoorDash order. That's always good to know. 2 night abominants. Okay. They've got different loadouts, though, don't they? Those are the Chaos Nights, right, DD? Sneaker, you snuck in. You snuck in past me. Cats are made out of liquid. Huzzay! Have all the loadouts magnetized. Nice. Meow. Meow. Would you like to say it in the microphone? Huh? Would you like to say it into the microphone? A little kitty cat ASMR for everybody there. When would you want to get together to play Fire and Ice? Oh, it would have to be springtime, maybe. Actually, I'll tell you what. We'll talk about that. I'm not really doing any other conventions this year other than Adepticon. So my schedule may be pretty open. Although in May, I have a local convention. March and May, I have open local conventions. April, I have a local convention. So probably between June and August, somewhere. That might be a thing. Somewhere in the middle of the summertime. But that's something we could talk about offline. Alright, Pumpkin. I'm going to put you out of the room here, buddy. Yeah. Meow. Hey, you're your displeasure. Your displeasure is noted, sir. You'll have to. Sounds like Wifey and I are going to be going over. Very cool. Very cool. Nice. I think you'll enjoy that. And there's of course, there's all sorts of things to do around that area. Even if she's not interested in the proceedings of the convention, there's lots of things to see. Or if she is interested in the convention, after the convention, there's things to see. Yeah, it's a good area. I was thinking about going to Valhalla this year as well, but between needing to save up for a new car and considering seeing my folks and taking time for more family time, my convention going is going to be very limited this year, I think. Adepticon's about going to be it. We'll be there the entire time. We'll be seeing things during those days too, like the Smithsonian. Nice. Yeah, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum is great if you haven't been to that. The National Gallery. That's pretty terrific. I'll bet that's Dasher. Nope, that's another notification. Dasher is picking up my order. All right. Got DoorDash and Bob Evans on Thanksgiving. Well, Peyton tanks. It doesn't get any better than this. Remember, folks, this is a charity stream. If you are watching on Twitch, feel free to hit that button down in the lower right-hand corner underneath the screen and donate $1 or $2 to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Because everybody can use somebody to talk to sometimes. So. But yeah, I think maybe sometime in the summertime we could get together and play some Song of Blades and Heroes. Not Song of Blades, sorry, Fire and Ice, sorry. We could play some Song of Blades and Heroes too. I think you'd like that. Just make a gaming weekend out of it. Well, I mean, it's the George Martin is Song of Fire and Ice, right? So it's just whenever something is a song of, it's hard to remember which group we're talking about. So, Song of Fire and Ice or Song of Blades and Heroes. So, Song of Blades and Heroes is a miniatures agnostic game. So you could actually use your Fire and Ice figures. You just stat them out. It's based on warbands. It's a skirmish game as opposed to an army game. So, yeah, it's a good little game. Like I said, it's miniatures agnostic. You don't have to have anything from any particular company. It's just, it is what it is. Play with what you got kind of a game. You stat things out, and yeah. It's a great little game, for sure. I think I got the wrong one in the wrong spot here. Let's see. If we made a weekend of it, we could do Kill Team, Playtest, Yours More, Fire and Ice. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could. I'd be down with that. I would absolutely be down with that. Make a whole weekend out of it. So what that means, so next year my hobby goals are to finish projects. So one of those projects is finish any armies that I have outstandingly not finished yet, because I have some that are 80% finished. So if I don't, but here's the rule. Basically, if I've got things built and painted, I need to finish building and painting the things that I don't have built and paint for that army. And if I have things built, get it painted. And if I have things not built, get it built. So it doesn't have to necessarily be... So other armies I don't have anything built for, I have to build them. I don't necessarily have to paint them. But yeah, I'd be down with that. So I think probably one of my first projects for next year is going to have to be my Song of Fire and Ice army. For sure. Now, why is this not? Need to finish my Space Wolves and Death Guards. Yeah, I hear that. Well, at the same time, though, is Workshop's one of those weird companies that's like, they go, okay, I know you guys are almost done with your armies, but here's this cool new thing that you need to have 3 of. You need to have 6 of these to be able to play this game correctly. So, buy 6 more of these. But wait, you can only get them for a limited time period. You might not be able to get them after this batch is gone. I mean, Workshop leaning into that FOMO business is really... it's a little irritating. A little evil on their part. IMHO. Then their rules constantly change all the time, and it's just kind of irritating. Just kind of irritating. That's why I like to write my own rules or use a set of old rules that have already been tested out, and you know, there's a lot to be said for older games, because no game is ever dead, right? If you believe in it. Oh, look, that needs to fold down a little bit more. No game is ever dead. Well, when you worry more about your investors than the fan base, you know, the people that buy your stuff and make investors want to invest. Yeah, that's so true. I mean, I understand it's a business and they've got to make money. But at the same time, you know, you look at the price of a tank like this, and it's what, $42, something like that. And you look at the price of a similarly sized vehicle from $40K, like a Predator or Rhino or something, and they're $55, $60 almost now. You know, they're made out of the same materials. They have comparable quality materials and components. Sculpting is similar as far as detail. So all right. Let's check the old DoorDash account here. See what's coming. Picking up the order. It's out. It's out for the dasher to pick up. So I'm sure that I will get a notice when they actually pick it up. So, all right. Let's see. Can we squeeze this bad boy on here now? I see. Okay. All right, so there's these little holes here, these little tabs here, these slots there. So this goes here, and that's going to pop on like so. Pop on so, there, like this, like that. All right. Yeah, we'll do it to the other side, and then we'll glue it. We'll glue it after the tub is. Now there's cat hair on my stuff. I don't know how that happened. Why in the world would there be cat hair on my project here? Cat hair gives a +2 to armor defense, defense, I think, right? Okay. Cool. Alright, I'm going to glue this on using the wonderful capillary action of Mr. Hobby here. I've got Tamiya as well. Turkey and ham dinner coming from Bob Evans. Bob Evans. I've had enough of metallic trim. Time to build orcs. Nice. Absolutely. Although orcs have a lot of metallic stuff in there as far as if you're doing like a lot of wear and tear. Remember, red ones go faster. I will readdress my orcs project here eventually. Orcs. Yeah, I'm looking forward to I like having my orcs. I think I'm going to work on orcs mostly just in October. Alright, so we got the lower hull attached to the treads. There's a little gap right here. Not a lot I can do about that, but nobody's going to notice it after it gets painted. I might put some filler on it, but I don't see any reason to. I've got enough glue on there to hold it together between this fitment here on the inside where these slide in and where they're touching on the horns here. That's definitely enough to weld that all together. And I say weld because plastic glue actually chemically welds your plastic together. It becomes one solid piece, practically. A little extra to melt it a little bit more never hurts. I mean, you can go overboard and do too much, obviously, just like anything else. But there's the tub. Tubby tub. So. But not tiny, let's make it nice trim, right? Yeah. So I've got a piece of terrain here for orcs. It was from the kill team. So I got that primed up on the last days of prime time back in late September, early October. So got that primed up. And then I got another one that I didn't put the platform between. I just wanted it to be kind of just a regular rig, just to give a little difference in the terrain. So that needs to be painted up. I got it primed up, and then there's these scrap piles yet. I got the scrap piles. I've been thinking about just hitting that with a blast of like lead belcher or silver spray paint, and then going in and picking out the details instead of just. I mean, I could probably dry brush with metallics. It was the 23rd night of September. It may have been. It may have been. So there's that too. I don't know. It may have been. I don't remember, DD. I couldn't tell you. The 23rd night of September. Don't know. Come on, dude. I'm drawing a blank. I'm sure there's a 23rd night of September. I'm drawing a blank. See, it's a song. Third night is back in. I know there's a song that talks about September, but I don't know the actual lyric that you're I'm not sure which one you're referring to. There's lots of songs about September. Man, I can think of about 3 of them, but I don't know which one you're actually getting about. You got to remember, DD, I'm old, man. I may not know the same. I may know some cultural references, but I've forgotten quite a few of those things. Do you remember the 23rd night of September? Is it back in 63? No, that's not it. Right? I can't remember. No, I don't remember. Unfortunately, I'm drawing a blank. It's an old song. This is an old song. Well, the older the song, the further away my memory might be of it. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh, okay. Well, oh, do you remember? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I just needed a little prompt there. Sorry, Dee Dee. Yeah, that's a classic song, man. That's great. Do you remember? I got to be careful how far I go with singing like that, because the YouTube. Yeah, once you said Earth, Wind, and Fire, then it came along. Then it came together for me. But there's lots of songs that talk about September. Especially remember in September. They're two words that tend to go together a lot in songwriting. Time for the home, Grandpa? Yeah. As long as they let me take my cat. I wouldn't want to go without my cat. I wonder, though, kind of being Cat's age and my age, and I don't know how old Pumpkin was when I found him. I mean, I'm guessing he's probably 6 or 7 years old by now. I think I estimated him about being about 4 when I found him. So he'd be 7 this year. And if I'm right, if my estimation is right, which it probably isn't, but he's not telling me. I would not want to be in a position where I had to go into a home without my cat. But what I'm saying is, who knows? I mean, Pumpkin may be the last cat I ever have. If I get old and he passes away and it's too old to get another cat, that would be unfair to that cat. So So there is a gap between here and there. At first I thought that was my mistake, but it is true. There is supposed to be a gap right there. So we'll glue that together. So that tread right there matched up there. So why couldn't they just give me a short piece to get past here? I mean, why make the tread go all around? If they didn't give me fenders, so if these fenders had not been on this top plate, I guess you could have had it where it was going all the way around, which I think that was how the Russians Churchills were, as I think they didn't have these fenders on. But yeah, time for the home, Grandpa. Yeah. Whoa! Let's not spill the. I tell you, I'm falling apart. My memory's going. My hands are getting shaky. I can't. I'm a mess. Hey, Warpgate. Nice to see you. Hey, so what is happening? This is my Thanksgiving stream. I do it each year. Now, in the years gone by, I have always given away cool things on my streams, but this year I am pushing for a charity. I'm doing a charity drive. So if you look down in the lower right-hand corner there, you'll see a donate to charity button, and I am pushing for donations for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Not only is it something that people can call if they're feeling in a bad way that they're going to do themselves a mischief. It also helps people of various groups, like they actually have a prompt for veterans, so they can kind of tailor their help towards people with different situations, different feelings. So I'm building a Churchill tank. This is the one from Bolt Action. This is the Churchill tank from Bolt Action, and it was packed for us by the wonderful Alexandra of Warlord Games. So they packed that for us. And so I just got done putting together the lower hull of the there's more details to add here, obviously, but I just got done putting this tank together, and it's this. So one of the main, well, I had this Bolt Action stuff here for a while, but one of the main impetus was that Dave Taylor and Jake Krajewski had on their Build Paint Play had a drawing for the historical paints, and I happened to win the British paint set, which I have here somewhere. I would show it to you. I have misplaced it. I know it's got to be close. Anyhow, I've got it. I swear I do. And one of my next projects is going to be testing it out. So what I did is I primed up some Tommies. Primed up some Tommies here. One dude in gray, one dude in white, one dude in red oxide primer, and one dude in classic black. So I'm going to do a video testing out the Warlord Games historical paint line for the British there. So I had those, but I also got this because I like doing Brits. The Brits had some really great tanks during the World War II. They went from being heavy armored but slow moving. This had front armor that was nearly 9 inches thick, so it was tougher than a Tiger, but it was unfortunately very slow. However, because it had such a long track footprint, it could go up some really steep slopes between 45 and 50 degrees, sometimes even 60 in some cases. But this thing was very stable as far as going up slopes. The problem is it was only very slow. So putting together this to go with my Matilda, the Matilda I did up last year. I painted the Matilda and I built the Elephant in 1/72 scale. But yeah, but thanks for stopping by, Warpgate. We are doing a little charity stream. Like I said, usually I give things away, but this year I'm asking people to give something back. So that's kind of what we're doing. That is what is up. How are things in your neck of the wood, Warpgate? Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate the visit. Even if you can't stay long, that's fine. I understand. Today is a day with many things going on. But this is also a nice place to hide out if things are getting crazy at the dinner table and that one weird uncle is arguing about whatever issue that you would argue about with a weird uncle. It's me. I'm the weird uncle. You can come and hang out here and hide out from the hobby hijink. hide out from the holidays with hobby hijinks. Hey, alliteration. Now there are some mold lines on these treads, but they're on the front edge of them. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. Like right here, there's a little mold line, but it's and right here. But I could throw a little dirt on there. That's the one thing about weathering too, is weathering hides a multitude of sins. So, but that's what we're doing. But yeah, the Army Painter historical lines of paints are pretty nice, and I'm looking forward to working with them. Not working with Army Painter, but working with the Army Painter paints that I got. The British kit. I've got it here somewhere. I'm gonna have to, if you've ever spent any time following my channel, and DD knows this, I usually take a break from the half point of December through to January, sometimes the middle of January. Usually the first week of January, though, is when I get back on. After the first of the year. So that allows me to kind of reset the studio here and get things cleaned up and shelves built. I've got all sorts of things to do. So let's see if my dinner is on its way. Arriving at noon to noon 03. So positively possible. Yeah, that's the one thing about the mobile app for Twitch, is it doesn't have all the functionalities it needs to. Cool. All right. And part number 48. Part number 48. Okay, what did I just break off? I just broke off something. I just broke off some little tiny number 27. I don't know what that is. 26, 27. Who knows? Who knows? But you know what? It's okay, because things would break off of tanks anyway. In combat, boom, things get broken off. 48. Part number 48. There it is. That is the rear end. This is where you put the turn signals. Those aren't turn signals. Those are exhaust. Those are the ends of the exhausts. Misos is having a minis exchange on December 27th. Free participating print. Cool. And no 3D printed stuff? Excellent. I like that. The 27th, you say? Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I saw them. Misos posted up something yesterday. They had gotten a huge historical collection consigned to them. Crazy. Man, I'd like to go over Misos again. They always have some neat stuff. Last time they were there, they had some Ralpartha box sets from back in the day that I would have liked to have picked up, but it was the winter time. I had spent money on a hotel room, and I figured I didn't need to spend any more money that weekend. I picked up a Space Wolves battle box, which was cool. I think it was $80. You're going to be trading in some stuff. Yeah. I understand that. I hear that. You know, it's always good to take stock of things that you have and things that you want and things that you don't need. I'm kind of at the point where I really don't want to buy too many other things. There's a few items yet that I would like to have, for some of the armies. But like I said, this next year's goal is really to buy less, not add to the pile of opportunity, and just really focus on completing what I've got and finishing up some projects. The only time I really will buy something is if I need to complete a unit. So it's a good idea to take stock and see if you need to pare things down, because you know what? They don't have any. I've never seen a U-Haul following a hearse, you know, so you can't take it with you. Enjoy what you can while you have it here. But why do we buy so much? Well, I think a lot of it is wishful thinking, hopes and dreams. I know myself, I've always lived in a place that is just outside of where a lot of people are doing things, so I would just kind of buy whatever I thought might be interesting to do, and I would buy too much of it because I would have to buy, let's say for instance, I buy a Space Marine, I'm going to buy an Orc, right? Because nobody did what I was doing wherever I lived, so I would buy twice as much of everything so that somebody else could play with me. Well, now that I live in a different area with a much more robust gaming scene, I can do something like only buy one army. Like we were talking about earlier with DD there. You probably saw it in chat. We were talking about playing some Fire and Ice. Well, I was at a convention there near where DD lives, and they were having basically a fire sale on Fire and Ice. So I picked up what I could for the faction that I chose. And then I looked at it and I thought, you know, I might like to buy some more. But I said, well, now wait a minute. I'll just buy this, one faction, paint it up, and be happy with it. I don't have to have more than that. Why? Because later on, if I want to buy another faction, later on I can. But I'm not going to try to paint up two factions at the same time and paint a whole lot for doing demo games. I've got enough things I can do demo games with from other companies and other toys. So, yeah, it's just kind of a matter of, I don't know, would you call it frugality maybe? Or reality? I don't know. 48 and number 4. Piece number 4. However you would categorize it, it's just a matter of, I said, you know what, I've got enough. I don't need to buy a whole bunch of everything else. I don't need to buy a whole bunch of everything else. Because I've got enough Warhammer. I've got enough Fantasy Battle. I've got enough 40K. I don't really need much more. And the few things that I would like to have, I can get later on. Even if I do have to pay a little more for them. Because for some reason everybody thinks their stuff is worth way too much. Oh, this is collector's item. It's not a collector's item. It's the same kit it has been for the last 20 years. It's just a different box. It's the old box, not the new box. It's just funny the way people think that because something's old, it's automatically collectible, and they want to get this crazy amount out of it. But fact is, the internal, what's inside, when it comes to model kits, it's what's inside that counts. So there's a lot of old kits that have been repopped from scale models. Various scale model kits have been repopped. A lot of vehicles, a lot of cars. So the box art is different, but the kit is the same. An older brittle plastic. Yes. Sometimes sometimes it is older brittle plastic. Though I've never run into the brittleness that a lot of people talk about. Your mileage may differ. Your mileage may vary. Now, it doesn't say whether these little bumps go up or go down. I don't know. Executive decision. I'm putting them up towards the top. That just feels right. I guess I could look at the picture of the box. See if it shows. How's Miar doing? Good to see you. Yeah, they go towards the top. So they go. So you see how these are off center? These aren't right in the middle. Those little bumps, those little rivets or whatever they are, bolts, they're going to go up. There was someone trying to sell the 40K Dark Angels Hero box, one box on consignment at Miso's. Wanted $40 for the one box. Yeah, asking too much, my dude. Yeah, for sure. Consignment for $40 for the Hero box. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, the way I see it is if you buy something, it's kind of like the people that sell. There are people that try to sell classic lead figures on eBay or Marketplace on Facebook, even in some of the collectors groups. And I look at it and I'm like, that's Ralpartha. And you know what? I can get the same thing for about a third of what you're asking for it in not lead, whatever the new blend is that Jacoby's using there at Ralpartha Legacy. I can get the same figure currently produced for less than what you're asking for. You see people try to ask all this money for something, and it's like, if it is currently produced, I am not paying your price. I'm going to give you half of what the current going retail price is because you've already got it and you're not a retailer. If you have something and like the way I see it is, somebody bought a box of Space Marines, right? Let's say it's $50. They walk out of the store. 2 days later, they decide they don't want it, want to sell it. I'm not going to give you $50 for it. I might give you $35, which is over half the box price. So you're still getting away better than what you deserve for a currently in production kit. But you see a lot of people that will do that. They will actually try to sell you in production items and say it's rare, it's out of production. It's like, no, my dude, it is literally still in production. All right, so 4 and 48, the front end and the back end are both done. It looks like I've got some fenders to put on here. So Bob Evans confirmed my order. Says somebody is picking it up. Arriving in about 20 minutes, supposedly. So, all right, let's see. So fenders. Fenders, number 25, the little light looks like. Goes there in one of those things. Number 5. Number 5 is the driver's hatch. Yeah. So let's get number 5 out here. Don't try to lowball me, dude. I know what I got. Yeah, what you got is I can still get that. It's not rare. It's not out of production. I can find it and I can have it here day after tomorrow, right from the manufacturer. When somebody's asking too much, too much. And you can always check, and as a consumer, it's up to you to find out whether you're being ripped off or not. So if somebody's selling you something, take a look, especially if it's older. You can usually find it for cheaper. Somebody that just wants to get rid of it, you can find it for sometimes in better condition even. And then if you check out various discussion groups and the like, you might even find it for cheap. Somebody says, "Oh, you want this? Hey, I've got an extra one. I'll knock the price down for you." I mean, there's a lot of ways to get things cheaper than what. Where's Ralph Partha from? They are from right here in Ohio. They are up just north of Columbus. They're in Delaware, Ohio. I've been meaning to get back up there for a while, but I have not had the opportunity. Been busy. He just got in. I don't know if you've heard or not, but Ralph Partha bought the molds from Rafam, R-A-F-M, Rafam. It was a Canadian company, Canadian miniatures manufacturer. So Jacob reached out and got the Rafam. But see, Rafam, R-A-F-M, Rafam, quit trading last year or year before last. And so Jacob reached out and got the he now owns the molds for that and does productions. So now, oh, he found the Mesos pin. Nice. So we'll hold on to that, and you can give it to me next time you see me, DD. We'll put that on the old battle jacket. Let's see. We're looking for part number 17. What do you want to bet? The part number 17 is the one that broke off. Oh, nope, there it is, right here. Little machine gun here. But this section of armor right here, this section right there, that is 9 inches thick. On the actual tank itself. Now I had that sanding stick a moment ago. That's irritating. I'm going to sand down the back of this so it makes positive contact on the surface behind it. Nice. But yeah, I've been wanting to get up there. Jacob has been building racks like a madman. I'm not really sure how madman build racks, build a rack, kind of like the Tasmanian devil, maybe. I don't know, but Jacob has been building racks to hold the molds from Rafam that he got. So that's pretty cool. It's nice that that's come back. He's able to preserve those older figures and older lines. There's no reason those things have to go out of production for good, Alright, so that's going to sit in there like that. Let me get a little glue. Hopefully he's insulated his pipes. That was in the house. There. So he has an electric heater, electric central air in the workshop. But yeah, his pipes froze there in the house a couple of years ago. Dee Dee remembers. So he raised some money for that, because the house is actually, I mean, it is his office too. So I mean, it's, well, you know, cottage industry, right? Work from home sort of thing. So there's the war room, the game room in there, plus the archives room in the house. So having the pipes burst like that, her heater went out, you know, the furnace went out and the pipes burst. So to get those fixed was actually also part of that was also the concern. The concern there was basically because, you know, the house is not only their house, but it's also where he does a lot of work for the company, for Ralpartha. So, as you do when it's a small one-man operation. Let's see. Dasher is waiting for the order. All right. Cool. Thankfully, part of that could be written off as a business expense. Yes. Yes, part of it can be. So part number 30. 30 and 31. Here they are. Here are the little toolboxes. 30 and 31. So 30 and 31 are these toolboxes. We'll scrape off that one part there. Or we snip that out. And we'll be taking lunch break here in just a little while. Oh yeah, after the first of the year, I'm also looking into making dice. Nice. Nice. Little resin action going on. Are you gonna 3D print them, or are you gonna be casting them, hand casting and molding them and doing all sorts of cool little swirly resin bits, or what's your process? Have you decided your process there, DD? Dice models. Oop, oop, oop. What's this? Want to suspend things in that. Okay, okay, very cool. Message from Dasher. Waiting for order. Message about Bob Evans' order. Waiting for order. Yes, absolutely. Molds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dice molds. Want to suspend things in them, that kind of thing. Molds, not models. Yes, I kind of thought that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure. Wasn't quite sure. Alright, so that one's going to go there. That one's going to go there. So we're going to stick, I think they go in like this. Little toolboxes are funny. I guess they'd be fairly well protected if you wanted to protect your toolboxes. Right here in the horns. So let's see, that one is going to go like this, I think. Also want to make really big D20s. Yeah, big D20s are kind of fun. Although somebody put a ding in my Star Wars mat with a big D20. I was playing in a Star Wars miniatures tournament back when Hasbro had the Star Wars miniatures license. And the gentleman held his D20 up about like this, about 4 inches off the table, and dropped it over, and it put a ding in my mat. Big D20s and suspend them. Oh yeah. Yeah, custom dice, unique dice are a big thing right now. So lunch is on the way, and we'll take a lunch break when it gets here. I'll put up the bio break sign, which I tell you, I've been meaning to do an actual lunch break sign, because I mean the lunch break is a bio break. I mean, you are doing it for your biological reasons, but a bio break is different than a lunch break, you know. Even though they're both qualify as bio breaks. So, take a lunch break here in a little while. And I'm trying to do this without getting my finger in here and breaking off the machine gun barrel. That would be a hassle. Eat in the bathrooms. Problem solved. Yes. Yes. That's where it winds up anyway, eventually, right? Heading to me. Terrific. Dasher is heading my way. Terrific. They'll be here in about 5 minutes. It's only about a mile and a half to Bob Evans from my house. So they'll be here pretty soon. Usually I try to meet them at the door. It's like people don't know how to knock on the door anymore. It's like they're afraid to knock on the door. Like, oh my goodness. It's like, dude, it's part of your job. Knock loud. Knock loud. I can't hear you anyway. Too much rock music and construction work. Oh. Get in there. Get in there, Biddly Bomb. Stubby fingers here. Let's see. Well, Jeez Louise, what is up with that? What is up with that? I think this peg is a little got. How do you have a mold line on a peg like that? That should actually be in a recess. The way the tool works, that should not have a. There shouldn't be any kind of a mold line right there at all. All right. Well, I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to go check and see if the dasher is here yet. They should be here just in about 3 minutes. So, let us go ahead and put the bio brake sign up, and we will be back in just a little while. Alright, so my food is here. We're going to go on lunch break. And we'll see you in 30. That's a much better break screen than BioBreak. So alright, so let's take lunch. All right. And we are back. Welcome back to the Pocket Dimension. Lunchtime is over. Lunchtime is over. Why can't we watch you eat, watch you shove the food in your mouth? Well, I just was thinking, it's a little close quarters in here, and I wanted to be able to sit back and, there's a lot of nasty stuff in here, paints and glues and the like, so that's why I didn't eat in here. Besides that, the face cam doesn't work, so you wouldn't be able to see much of anything, I'm afraid. So anyway, welcome back to the Pocket Dimension. Welcome back to the Thanksgiving Tankathon charity stream here on Twitch. And if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble, why don't you pop over to Twitch and hit that button. It says donate to charity down in the lower right hand corner of the screen. And drop $1 or $2 in for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Prevention Lifeline. They're doing some good work over there, trying to get people the help they need when they need it, and maybe even before they need it. And this is Men's Mental Health, being November, especially with the shorter days, colder temperatures, more overcast days, more often precipitation. Sometimes the season can have here's a big word, a deleterious effect on one's mental health. So it happens. There are better ways to cope than to check out. So definitely, if you are a man, you have issues with depression and the like, talk to somebody, doctor, therapist, whatever might help. Sometimes medications are the way to go, but the way everybody deals with things is differently. Sometimes it's getting away to a sunnier climate. So anyhow, here we go. We're going to go ahead and keep on working on this tank here. This is the Churchill tank, British Churchill tank from Warlord Games, specifically for the bolt action line of miniatures and rules. So British armor. I'll just drop this thing. British armor was particularly tough back in the early days of World War II. And this is a tank that went from the early days all the way through to the end of the war. And while it was slow, it could climb hills like a goat. And it could tank shots that would obliterate other tanks. Its armor was comparable to the Tiger 1, close to 9 inches on the front. So it was a hard one to bust, hard nut to crack. Alright, so what are we looking for here? We put the little boxes on the side, we put this up there. Part number 25 and part number 29. Okay. So 25 goes there. 29 goes there. And then there's some fenders here. So let's find part number 29. 28, 27, 28, 29. So it looks like these are two parts. Okay, so these are periscopes. So part number 29. I see. Now why they didn't put both of them on the same drawing, I don't know. Don't know why they wouldn't have done that. And I don't know where that sanding stick got to. Very strange. Very strange. So those go here. Part number 29 goes in here. Periscopes for the driver and the gunner, machine gunner anyway. Well, why can't we watch you eat, says Miar. Well, you know, wouldn't be much to look at. I'm afraid. Let me just double check and make sure my microphone is turned back on. I think it is. Yes, microphone is back on. Good deal. So I'm sure if you were watching in chat, you would let me know if you couldn't hear me. So, all right. So that little guy drops right in there. Yep, you don't need to be a 19 series to appreciate a good tank. Churchill was one of the best. I always like to play my Churchill and my Matilda in World of Tanks when I do play World of Tanks. Though I have not played World of Tanks for quite a while. So I've been thinking about firing it back up and getting going on that. Part of me, I don't do it mostly because the time that I would be playing is the time that I do my hobby stream. Although, could I combine them somehow? I don't know. Could I combine them? Hard to say, right? Let's see. So 3, that's 42, 30, 25. So where is part number 25? It was funny, I broke something off and it went flying onto the ground. And when you break a teeny tiny piece off accidentally, I guarantee there's no finding it again, ever. What are we looking for? 29, 28, 29. I used 29, 25, 25. Where's 25? 21, 22. 24, 25. Okay, I see. So those are headlights. Those are headlights. 25 is headlights. Oh boy, these are tiny. Which goes without saying, they are models. They are going to be tiny. But that's something that's so tiny. Most people wouldn't even notice if you didn't put it on. But I like to be complete as I can. It sure would be nice if I knew where my sanding stick was. I thought I set it down right here. Because the cat was trying to eat the sanding stick. And I set it aside. I used it. And then I set it aside. Maybe I moved it when I was doing something else here. I don't know. Oh well. So here we go. Clear off that little nub that's left from the boy, this is an irritating little teeny tiny piece here. But here it is. It's actually not a bad day outside. Not terribly cold. I might be able to at least get a spray coat of olive drab on this today. Who knows? Not that I could put that on stream, because I don't have the ability to mobile stream, really. I'm sure I could develop the ability, but it would take time to learn how to do it correctly. So I probably should have put these headlights on before I put these toolboxes on. And there's a little bit of flash there I think I want to get rid of. It's just kind of a hard edge, kind of a harder edge there, which isn't bad. Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can sneak these little guys in. We'll put these tweezers for a second. Cool. Fit right in there. In there like swimwear, as they say. Okay, very cool. Yeah, that worked out pretty nicely. Worked out pretty nicely. Now it would be really nice, I really wish that there was an open painting competition at Adepticon. Or what would be really cool would be as if Warlord Games hosted a historicals painting competition, and I lost the headlight. I lost the headlight. It went bouncing off. Oh, it's on the floor. I sort of know which direction it went, I think. Oh boy. Well, this is part of doing hobby, folks. Found the sanding stick. It was on the floor. But there is a transdimensional warp field about 2 millimeters above any flat surface, So if you drop something, chances are it is going to be transported to some far off, unknown dimension that there is no way to seek it. But I did see sort of which direction it bounced. Now whether it stayed in one place when it fell down here, I do not know. I think I need to get a flashlight or something. I think I'll get a flashlight. That usually helps. Well, Pumpkin, I know you want to help. You're closer to the ground, right? You can help. Well, you don't really know what a headlight looks like, though, do you, though, buddy? He says, no, I don't know. All I know is I want treats. I want more food than you're supposed to give me. Is that it? Did I find it? I may have found it. Looks like it, doesn't it? Yep, found it. Woohoo! Found it. Found the headlight. Oh! Haha. DD Minis is back. Welcome back, DD Minis. I am back as well. And Pumpkin's here too. Now, whether or not he'll stay hanging out on the floor, I don't know. He has in the past curled up under the desk at times and not been quite so obstreperous. It's kind of funny. It is kind of funny because he's been very good at times, and other times he's been very bad. But you didn't miss much, DD, other than this headlight went trying to escape into the transdimensional warp field that exists 2 millimeters above the above the floor. So anyway, I found the headlights, so we're putting the headlights in right now. Hello, Pumpkin. I can't see through you. You are a better door than a window, my friend. You just hopped right up like you own the place, didn't you? Careful, that's some sharp stuff there, dude. Careful, buddy boy. You just want some cuddles? You want some cuddles? You said I was in here all morning. Pumpkin's like, Pumpkin's like, dude, you're home. When you're home, you need to have me in your lap. He's not used to me being home during the day. He's very needy today. Why are you so needy? Why are you so needy today? Oh, giving me kitty kisses, huh? Is that it? Giving me kitty kisses? I see. All right. We'll glue those headlights into place. Cat hair. Where'd the cat hair come from, cat? Is that yours? You want to take it back? Can I glue it onto you? I just noticed my nails are terribly dirty. I apologize. Those of you who have to see that on this Only Hands broadcast of Thanksgiving. The last 2 Thanksgivings have been face and hands. I apologize. My facial camera is not cameraing right now. Alright, so I've got both headlights on. I've got both periscopes in. Why they couldn't put a lot of this stuff together, like do the top part, and then maybe do the bottom part down here. Or do the bottom part and then the top part. Anyhow. And they don't give me this number, what this is. 56 and 35. 56 and 35. 39 out here. Oh, that's the back. Okay. So the front gets 56 and 35. So those are the fenders. Although this thing looks pretty cool without the front fenders on it anyway. A little more hot rod. I mean, I could build it and maybe throw some damage on there and say that the fenders got shot off. I mean, why would you need fenders out front there? I don't know. Well, we'll go ahead and put the fenders on anyway. Alright, so 56 and 50. Who knows, we might even get some painting done today. Maybe not on this, but possibly on the knolls some more. Some more of the knolls, maybe. So we might do some more painting on the knolls, because this is, even though today is Thanksgiving, it's still November, so we may indulge in some painting. Probably not this. Like I said, it may be decent enough weather outside to spray this down with a just a quick prime coat, maybe. So 50, and what was the other number there? 35. 35. $45, $42, $41, $40, $32, $35. There we go. 35. Although that might be 34. 56 and 34. That wasn't really 56 though, was it? That was actually 56. But this is weird, because if I put this on there, $35. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. take a look at the box. Let's look at the one on the box there. And yeah. Okay. So this goes like that. Boop. And then that sits on there like that with those little nubs sticking up. Okay. I think we've got it figured out now. We're smart. I'm not as smart as I wish I were. Okay. And we'll glue this onto there, exactly. I both love and hate this visor. There's that lighter weight one, like what John Ninus uses. I've seen those. I've seen them advertised, and they've got a wider range of lens options as well. This visor I got at Hobby Lobby for $20, so I mean it works. It is what it is. But it is not the be-all end-all of visors, that's for sure. Never used to need a visor when I was younger and my eyes worked better. What are you doing, Pumpkin? What are you doing, buddy? So that cover goes over that track tensioner there. I see. So that's why that is there in such a fashion. Cool. So that's a little too much glue on there. I don't think I can really do much about it. But that's okay. Gaming models tend to be good enough for what they are. If you want an even super accurate detailed model, I suggest buying like a Tamiya kit or something like that. Tamiya or Dragon or something like that. Because as good as these are, they don't quite get some of that fine modeling, fine detail. While these are finely detailed, they're not fine details. If that makes any sense. And that's not a criticism against Warlord Games or gaming models in particular. But you're not doing a whole lot of brass work on these, generally speaking. You could, I mean, obviously, nowadays with 3D printing and people doing more hobby type stuff at home, even brass etching for fun and profit. And having computers where you can scale up and scale down at the flip of a switch. Well, you know, a couple of strokes on the keyboard. What are you doing? Oh, pumpkin. Plastic and you don't get along, buddy. I don't want you getting plastic in your mouth. He is fascinated with that box the tank came in. It's too small for you, buddy. He's not a box cat. Pumpkin does not. He does not abode in boxes. He abodes on my lap usually. Ouch. You have claws there, pal. Remember? They don't feel good when they dig into my leg there. What? Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Don't get up where the computer is. Nope. That's a negative. Negative, buddy. Negative, good buddy. Ow. What? What ow? What ow? What ow? Meow? Why? What meow? You mad at me for something? Let's put your tail right in all my paintbrushes. What do you say? Huh? Meow? Well, does it meet to your approval? Is it wrong? Did I get something wrong? I mean, the headlights are both pointing in the same direction, as are the periscopes. I got those right. Everybody's a critic. Ow! Don't bite. Nip. What do you want? You want attention. You want attention? You want treats? You want treats? I don't have treats in here. And you try. I'm trying to keep you from too many snacks in between meal times there, buddy boy. Why are you mad? What are you mad for? Why are you mad? What are you mad about? You have nothing to be mad about. I have been raided by the cat here. Miyagi did that last night. He hit a model with his tail. I asked if he was trying to knock it over. He hit it again, knocking it over. Yes. Yeah, I think they know what they're doing. You know what you're doing? Ow. Why are you trying to bite me? Bite, bite, bite. I know. It's how you show affection. Nip, bite, nip, bite. A little pet aggression going on there. Is that what we got? Or is that what's happening? Do you need to play with the laser? Do you need to play with the laser? Yeah, you want to play with the laser? Huh? Let's try this out. Let's work out some aggression with the laser. I'll be right back. He's got to play with the laser. Laser. All right. right. Oh, a little play session goes a long way, I think. All right. Sorry, I had to. I'm not sorry that I had to play with the cat. But I'm sorry I had to leave the stream from you all. Sorry to cause any dead space there, but Pumpkin needed to play a little bit. I think he was getting bored. I think he was mad because he wants to hang out with me, and he's bored that I'm not out there. But I'm like, I'm gone 8 hours out of the day ish, generally somewhere in there, and I mean what do you do to entertain yourself when I'm not home? Like, you can't expect, just because Dad's home doesn't mean that I'm going to play with you all day long. I think he's just not used to me being home so much today. 30 seconds of later, Father, I need to play again. I crave violence. Father, I crave violence. Yeah. Well, I closed the door. He snuck in when I was coming in. I got my phone and used the flashlight on it to find the headlight that fell off on the floor. And so he snuck in behind me. I thought I had him licked as far as beating him back to the door. But he was too quick. He was quick as a cat. If you can imagine. Dad, I want to play. I want to play again. Oh, come on now. You couldn't have dried up on me that soon. Father, I crave violence. I crave violence. All right. Yeah, he'll want to play again, and he probably wants some treats. He'll love treats, but try to avoid too much treats because doctor's orders. I got to get his weight down. My goal for him is to be right around 11 pounds. So that's the goal weight for him, which I can tell just by lifting him up. I have gotten him to lose a little weight over the year. But like I said, it's difficult because he likes to snack. And I think he got used to snacking because I would leave food in the gravity feeder. So I'm trying to be responsible cat owner or cat carer. Cats don't really have owners, We just kind of provide for them as some kind of odd servant. But he likes to cause chaos and treachery, I'll tell you that. He is definitely an agent of chaos. We'll melt down that little blemish there. That's the cool thing about plastic cement is if you need to get rid of a line or something that shouldn't be in a certain place, if it's not too terribly done, you can actually melt it down with the plastic cement. Now I kind of don't like the way these fenders kind of, well, this one does it more than this one, it seems. They kind of push out a little ways. Oh, not anymore. Got it. So what I probably should have done is I probably should have put the front part of that fender on first, and then slid the inner guard in and glued it independently by itself instead of trying to build it off the model and then sticking it on. So we're going to let this glue dry, set up so that doesn't relax and bend back out on us. Throw another drop in here real quick. Oop. Got a little bit of a fingerprint going on there. That glue kind of squished out on me. We'll clear that up. Clear it up. We'll make the problem with the more glue with more glue. Alright, good deal. Now I don't think that's going anywhere. So good deal. Now those are straight. Now they're not. They were kind of canted out this way, but I got them squished down there and tied in, so they're where they need to be now. Yeah, boy, as they say. Cool. Nice. Well, that's good. I think that's good. All right. So we're looking for piece number. We're looking for this, whatever this is, 42, 3, and 6. So there's going to be 2 of each of these, it looks like. 1 for each side. So 42, 3, and 6. 42, right there. Looks like a piece of extra piece of tread to me, but I'm not sure what that is. Which I'm going to have both of those. They're both going on, one each side. And it looks as though this goes in that little spot right there, like that. Yeah. And then this basket, or whatever that is, goes right here. So that goes there. Disc goes here, and disc goes there. Disc goes everywhere. Disco duck. I want to be a disco duck. We'll irrigate that just a little bit more. Right there. And we'll put a wee little drop on the back. And a wee little drop on the, well, just be a little wee drop on the back here. Okay, let's see. Get this on there. Good grief. Good grief, Granny. Good grief, Granny. Cool. All right. And so we got these baskets that go on each side. Here they are, number 6. Number 6 and number 3. Oh, those aren't baskets. Those look like exhausts to me. Or exhaust or maybe air intakes. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Exhausts or air intakes. They look like... Looks like they could either go... Either side they're going to be equal. Pretty much the same. So... They're both numbered 6, so it doesn't say one's for the right and one's for the left. So I'm going to just make the assumption that I can clean it up and sit it on there, and it'll be exactly where it needs to be, either one. The trick is to figure out which is the top and which is the bottom. So this is the top. This is the top. And then the top has the shroud that goes over top of it. Over top of the top. So that goes right here. like this. As I understand it. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Good deal. There's that one. We'll let that sit for a minute. And then clean off that little, even though that's on the very bottom edge, probably would never be noticed. Where that sprue sits, where that sprue attached to that piece. So I got up this morning and I realized I was all out of Dubby. Dubby is an energy drink that sometimes I like to utilize. It's 30 servings per can. Comes in a powder form. They do have it in a can. You can order it in a can, but for right now you can actually order Dubby at dubby.gg online. This week is 50% off all weekend. So 50% off your purchase. The whole store is 50% off dubby.gg. That's dubby.gg. So check them out and tell them I sent you. And then when you need to replenish your stock, you can use my code Rocket Fuel, ROKKITFUEL. That's Rocket Fuel, ROKKITFUEL, at w.gg. But you won't need to use it this weekend because they have 50% off the whole site. So if you've ever wanted to try Dubby, for $1 a serving, actually less than $1 a serving if you get it this weekend, it is well worth it. I like it. Energy without a crash, sugar-free, and if you don't feel like coffee, a pretty decent little caffeine-based energy drink there. Not loaded up with sugar like all the others. But what I like about it is I don't get that same crash down. That hard crash like other energy drinks bring me. And I do need to order some more because my canister is empty. My canister of Dubby is empty. So I think I'm going to order some more this weekend because it's 50% off. 50% off. So usually a canister is about 30 bucks because it's 30 servings, so about $1 a serving. Yar, aye aye, Captain. So be ye watching this. You'll be finding plenty of treasure at w.gg. Yarg, and it be a fine energy drink for you. You be a lubber if you don't try it, especially at 50% off. You be having enough to buy your loved ones lots of treasure. Yar, lots of it and lots of it. You almost had me going Scots there for a minute, matey. Shiver me timbers. It's 50% off at W this week. Yar. Aye, aye, Captain, he says. He says, aye, aye, Captain, I says, aye, aye. Yarg, up the yard arm with ya. We're looking for number 3. Not number 1, not number 2, but we be looking for number 3. That be the shroud what goes over this intake here. So one for each side, it would seem. Though I believe it could be considered a bit of over-engineering for this wee piece of equipment here. For that sits in there like that. Thusly. When I think they could have just winged it and filled that in one single piece. But that's the attention to detail you get with a Warlord kit. Yarg. Warlord has great attention to detail with their kits, even though they be for gaming purposes only. Though you could gussy 'em up like a Trinidad, you know what. A Trinidad strumpet. And really gussy 'em up. Real pretty like, you know. You sure could. Yarg. You could make it ship-shape and Bristol style. But for our purposes, we're just going for as about a basic ride as we can. And 5 is right out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5 is right out, right? It is at that, laddie. It is at that. Aye. All right. So we put in these these R filters. These are R filters. R filters, because they filter your R. We filter our R here. R filter. Now, if you be having plenty of entertainment here, you got to be remembering that we be trying to raise money for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It'll keep you from hanging off the yard arm. We'll do that. You don't do that to yourself. Only the captain can let you do that. Yarg. So, if you like what you're seeing here, and if you think it's a good idea, feel free to stop on by Twitch and hit the little purple button down in the lower right-hand screen that says Donate to Charity. So put a piece of 8 or some ducats in there. Yar. And you too can be a hero of the Spanish Main, by supporting your fellow man, because this be Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. It be. And seeing tomorrow is worth more than gold. All right. So, we've got everything from these 2 steps done so far, so that's good. Very good. So we're going to let these set up because I don't trust, like, they actually sit on there pretty good. They nest in there. There's a little lip that they nest in, but it is still a fairly narrow connection there. And there's a little bit of material there that I don't know where that came from. I thought I had cleaned this model up pretty well as far as weird little pieces of plastic as we go, but there was some right there, and that's okay. That'll just reinforce that fit right there. So that's good. All right. So we'll find piece number 45. Piece number 45. And we'll put that on. All right. So here is piece number 45. So for those of you who are wondering what I was just doing on the other platforms, on the Twitch side of things, I've got several little things that people can spin their quantum units on. And one of those is I speak like a pirate for an amount of time. I think originally it was supposed to be like 5 minutes, but I don't remember. But yeah, we have some fun over on Twitch. So this faces forward. Looks like it goes this way. This way. Like that. Okay. Alright, good deal. So what I was doing was aye aye Captain, which is a which makes me have to talk like a pirate for a little while on stream. And that was redeemed by DD Minis over here on Twitch. And something that you can only see here on Twitch. So, talk like a pirate. There's a real thing here on this channel. I narrate, I speak, and I say exactly as I would be saying any other time. Only I have to say it like a pirate. But where are your buccaneers, you say? I say, my buccaneers are on my bucking head. Da-dum-dumps. I really should clean my nails before I go on stream. I apologize for that, folks. That's what you get when you're a working man. Sometimes you get dirt underneath your nails. And even the best you do to clean them out, sometimes your best ain't always the best. Sometimes your best ain't enough. Now, where was that? I heard my phone go off. There it is. Don't usually bring it in here. Oh, just email. Just email, nothing important. Your bill is ready. Oh, thanks. Thanks for telling me my bill is ready. Let's see. The next pieces are 39. Pieces number 39 is 50, 48, 39. There's nothing really left on this sprue other than the commander and a radio antenna, looks like. Yeah, I was going to go to X after this and post pics of the deplorable state of your nails. Yeah, thanks, Dee Dee. Appreciate it. Put it out there on Twitter. Yeah. I mean, it could be worse, I guess. But, and I wear gloves, so, but you just still get grime in there and everything, and I just hadn't, something I need to be more cognizant of, kind of like haircuts too, you know. I'm a customer-facing employee of my company, and so I need to be more cognizant of like haircuts and such. So I try, but sometimes time is not, while time is of the essence, time is not always on our side. Oh, good. Another bot trying to sell me viewers. I don't need to buy viewers. I'm quite happy having the viewers that I have. I don't need to fake things. I'm going to ban the bot. I'm going to report the bot. No, thank you. No, thank you. First, I'm going to report it. Bot selling viewers at 4:30. Four hours and 30. Block the bot, and then we ban the bot. And then we clear it out of the chat stream here. Yep. Thanks, DD. Appreciate it. DD is a default monitor here. So, default, what do they call it? Monitors? Moderators, that's it. He's been around long enough. I'd offer, but I don't, this channel does not make enough to pay somebody for their efforts. Or else I would totally offer to make him a mod. And I also don't want to require somebody to be here all the time. Then it's a job and it's not fun anymore. The only person that's required to be here is me. Like, if I was getting like 150 people a stream, I think maybe at that point it would warrant some dedicated wrenches. Most mods don't get paid, I guess. But anytime you show up, you're more than welcome to. I mean, you're not required. I wouldn't require mods to show up, but I guess if people were here, I feel like it would make people feel responsible for showing up, and I don't want anybody to feel responsible for showing up. But I probably could give you a wrench anyway, because you know the standards of the channel: family friendly, no politics, no religion. Don't be a jerk, basically, you know. All the things that people get in arguments about, we try to avoid here. But I could give you a wrench, and then if you do show up, you're more than welcome to wrench anytime. Anytime you decide to happen to have time and want to stop in on stream, you're more than welcome, and you would have the powers of the wrench. But I don't really have that kind of traffic often enough. But I have been seeing a lot more bots come through. I think I've had a bot. I've had one bot for every hour of stream time over the last couple of weeks now. So they're getting really aggressive. But okay, so I think we're done with the hull. I think. Is there anything else that goes on the hull? The only thing left to do is the turret. So, cast turret or welded turret. So the Mark 6, the Mark 4, Mark 6, Mark 3, Mark 4, Mark 6, specifically the Mark 3 and the Mark 6, both had welded turrets. And oh look, okay. Now if I had a base plate, if I had two base plates, I could do one turret each, maybe. No, there's only enough to make one variant of the turret at all. I see. Sari_bot is really good at nuking them. Okay, I'll have to look into that. That'd be real handy. Okay, yeah. So, oh look. You can make two different turrets. You really can. You can have both. Oh, is this... Can we have our cake and eat it too? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. So I could do... I could build the one with the AVRE. I could do one with the mortar. And I could do one with a cannon. And I'm not going to, like, in game terms, like model style, model-wise, if I use it and I decide that it's going to be the 6-pound cannon, I'm not going to worry about whether it looks like a 75-pound cannon or not, or the 75mm cannon. I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm just going to put the cannon on that looks coolest. It's a Twitch channel. It walks you through setup, nothing to install. Okay. Good to know. I am definitely looking into that. So, cast turret, top, bottom, 57, 26. The only difference here is I would probably have to source some other hatches. Mark 4, Mark 6B, NA75. What's got the coolest looking gun? What is the coolest looking gun on here? Of course, we got the spigot mortar. We got the... This is the 2-pound gun, or 6-pound gun. I think it was a 6-pound gun. NA75. Yep. So a 2-pounder gun, 6-pounder gun. Mark 4 with the... doesn't say. Mark 4 with the welded turret. 5. The NA75. Alright. So we're going to go with the NA75 because it just looks... it just got a cooler looking gun there. So this is the NA75 gun with the coaxial machine gun. So there's that. And we're going to use the cast turret. We're going to set aside, we're going to set the chassis aside for a minute, and that way it doesn't get in our way while we're working on everything else here. So 37 are the hatches. 37 and 38 are the hatches. 28 and 28. That's a welded turret. I want to look at the cast turret. Look at the cast turret here. $36, $21. So 36 and 21 are the hatches. 27. 27 is this piece right here. Do not glue, do not glue. Glue gun part to 54 and 55 to turret only. Alright. So, let's build the gun first. Part 54. Part 54, where are you? So 54 and 55. We're going a little bit out of order here, I know. But there are some things that you can do in model building that if you go out of order, it's okay. Alright. There's a hold up in the Bronx. Brooklyn's broken out in fights. Part 54, where are you? Good grief. That little bit of plastic is just really, really in there, isn't it? For crying out loud. Crying out loud. Goodness gracious. Land sakes alive. Building models builds character. All right, there we go. Oh, goodness. All right. So glue gun to part 54 and part 55 to turret only. So if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble, don't forget to wrestle the thumb. Hit the like, the share, and then the subscribe. Do all the things. Alright, so that's a pre-fit. That's how that's going to go together. So I'm going to clean off that edge just a little bit right there. I'm going to fit them right down here, like that. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and put just a little dab of glue right there. I'd like to maintain the ability to elevate that gun. That's pretty cool. So I don't want that to go leaking down into the inner workings there. And then that glues onto the turret itself. We're going to clean off this mold line around the turret. Oh yeah. So there's another Twitch user you may know of. His name is Impending Duff. Impending Duff is a painter par excellence, and he does a lot to run the hobby programs at Origins and Gen Con, as well as a couple of other conventions. And he also hosts I think 2 hobby cruises a year. So if you want to do hobby and cruise, you get the best of both worlds. It's like a little mini convention on a cruise ship. You play games during the night while you're traveling, and you can see whatever you want to see at your port of call the next day. So, I mean, what else are you going to do? You're on a cruise ship in the middle of nowhere. It's a big floating hotel. It's not my thing, but I know a lot of people like to go on cruises. So I think you might enjoy it. You should take a look though and see. But he also has a channel on YouTube called MI Floridian. That's two letters, MI, as in like Mission Impossible. MI Floridian, because he's from Michigan originally. So MI as in Michigan and Floridian. MI Floridian. So check out his channel over there on YouTube. It's pretty neat. He does a little fishing, a little hunting, a little homesteading. Definitely check out MI Floridian on YouTube. Now it's outside of the hobby sphere, as you might say. But it shows you what he's doing with the homestead and the cooking. What a lot of people don't know is that Neil is a classically trained chef. Classically trained chef. And I've had several friends that are chefs over the years. Where they go to the CIA, Culinary Institute of America, and they get their certifications and they work their way through. Tell you what, that's an interesting profession. But anyhow, he did a little short video this week on Instagram about crab cakes. I'll tell you, I have had crab cakes in the past, and I was not impressed. And I learned why I wasn't impressed. Because a lot of times crab cakes, you get cheated on crab cakes. They taste like they're just, sometimes they just taste like they're like stovetop stuffing that has been deep fried. And the reason they taste that way is because that's probably what it is. So, you see this ugly seam around here where these don't exactly line up. I think I'm going to let that glue cure, and then remedy that. I think I'm actually going to sand that down, or put some filler in there and sand it down. So I'm going to let that cure for a minute or two. I don't think I'm going to put the gun on yet. Wifey found one of those gaming cruises. Looked into it, and it's a good bit more expensive than just a regular cruise, sadly. Yes, they are. They are. But you are paying for a lot of extra stuff too. You're paying for the instructors. You're paying for the game masters. You're paying for materials. So yeah, it is expensive. But you're also paying for a lot more than just the basic amenities package. You're paying for something that's outside of the cruise line's usual offering. So yeah, it is a little bit more expensive, but it is a thing if people like to do it. All right, let's see. That's true. I really wanted to go too, huh? Yep. I was looking for a piece of high grade or high grit sanding paper, but I couldn't find it, so I just grabbed this sanding stick. This sanding stick is a little bit more coarse than I really wanted to go as well, but as you can see, of course, I'm kind of attacking this plastic while it's still soft because of the glue. But we can remedy that. We have ways. We have ways. I thought about using filler, but figured that might take longer. So if I do this, then I can paint a little bit of cement back down on it, and we'll get a little bit of a texture, but it should smooth out all the scratches anyway. Or I could dig through and find a much higher grit of sandpaper and really polish it out, but I don't think I will. I don't think I'll worry about that. My folks have always tried to get me to go on a cruise with them. They like to go on cruises. I've just never really had the burning desire. Don't know why. As much as I like the idea of the ocean and sailing ships and the like, I've just not ever really been too keen on the idea of getting on a boat that's a hotel and floating around in the ocean. Although there's a lot of really neat things to see on some of those islands and ports of call. Lots of history and everything. I don't know. I just don't have the. It doesn't catch me in quite the right way somehow. I'm not sure. Not sure exactly how to say so. It just is not. Just doesn't catch me somehow. So I've still got a little bit of a seam there. I was hoping some of that plastic dust would fill it in. But it's a lot better than it was. I think we can live with it. And if we can't, there's still plenty of time. I don't know if I'm going to get to painting this today by any means. So there's still time. I could actually run a bead of filler around it and sand it down with the appropriately fine grit sandpaper later on. Since we'll be getting out OT payback during tax season too. Yeah. Up to a certain amount, I guess it is, so. Might try to talk her into it, sure. But then if you wanted to go to Nova, that might be your cruise there, so to speak. Yeah, 25K is the limit. Yep. Oh, no, she wants us to use our PTO for cruise. Oh, okay, PTO. Yeah. Yeah, my company has decided to give certain. There are criteria for getting PTO with the company I work for now, and I meet that criteria. It used to be just take off whatever you wanted to take off whenever you wanted to take off. Just don't take off too much, you know. But now we have actual PTO scheme. It kind of makes it harder to get away. Not that it would be hard to get away. It's just, you know. I'm a lot more cognizant of the time I'm taking off than I was before. It's weird. It's weird. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to start working on the hatches, I think. Now the question is, do I put the little dude sticking out of the top or not? I don't know. Now my other tank, my Matilda, I put the little dude sticking out of the top, and they are different. The Matilda guy has got his goggles down. This guy is different, so I don't know. I don't know. And he would actually be hanging out over here as the commander's hatch. Which that seems like a very uncomfortable hatch to be a commander in. It's sideways like, sure, but I don't know. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get some stuff on here. So 36, so we got 57, 26, and 24. And 27. So 27 looks like it goes here. It's a little mold line here we're going to clear up. Not sure what this is supposed to be. But it goes on the side here. And evidently this is the top. So this is the top and that's the side. This goes in like that. Right around the corner. That seems to belong right there somehow. It showed the little embossing on the top, at the top there. So that's how I put it. I'm not sure if that's exactly the right spot for it, but it's close enough. And then there is a piece number 24. Piece number 24. It is a Oh, it's another little light. Another little light. And it's got a little bit of flash on the back side of it. Beautiful. Just jam that right in there like that. Tank commander may be placed in either hatch. I would think so. I would think that would make sense. I mean, if I were the commander, if you told me I could be in one hatch or the other, I think I'd be pretty upset. Oh, sorry, Gov, you can't be in this hatch. Yeah, why not? I'm the commander, aren't I? Alright, let's see. 24, 27, 24, 26, and 57. So, 26, 26 is another little teeny tiny piece. Another looks like an antenna to me. And that goes here. I think I'm gonna drill that out. Give it a little bit of depth. Maybe it'll grab on a little bit better. Cool. Very good. Very good. And 57. 57 is the big aerial antenna. It goes on the back there. Terrific, terrific, terrific. If you're watching, we're moving right along with the stream here today. That sprue is empty. Moving right along on the stream here today, building the tank. Might take it out and spray it with some olive drab. It's not too bad weather outside. A little dreary. It's not damp. A little chilly. I don't know. Might do it, might not. It just depends on how I feel afterwards. I'll take a step outside and see if it's not right. It's not right, and I'll have to wait. But as it is, so I'm just getting the mold line off of the antenna here. Now, if you really wanted to get fancy with an antenna, you could actually, you could take one of those little nylon pieces that, like the tags on your shirt. When you buy a new shirt, you know, it has those nylon tag holder that you have to break off the shirt before you can wear it. Yeah, you can take that and actually use that as an antenna. You can also use a broom straw, the straw off of a broom, a plastic straw will also work nicely. It also has bendy too, so it won't break. So those are things you can do to keep from having major catastrophes with harder plastic. Use a softer material like the nylon shirt tag holder or the one of the strands from a broom, and a synthetic broom, not a cornstalk broom, but a synthetic broom, which then you'd have to use. You know, you'd probably have to use what is it? Super glue, because those are polyethylene. Super glue or contact cement of some sort. Wow. So you can elevate the gun here. That's pretty cool. I think I would paint this guy separately and stick him in afterwards. I think the idea of having a tank commander sticking his head out is a little bit more interesting than just having a completely buttoned up tank. So let's see what other hatches are on here that we need to use. 36. Number 36. Okay, so 36. That goes here. The other one goes there. And a little dab of glue to hold it in. There's that. And then the other one would be 21. The other hatch is 21. 21. There it is. Oh, thanks, wifey DD Minis. Appreciate that. Oh, it is actually Thanksgiving for me. And I had Bob Evans for lunch today, so that's pretty cool. Need to find out more info on that gaming cruise, he says. That's for you two to talk about. But no, as I was saying, Neil does has a blog called Am I Floridian? And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Check it out when you get a chance. Now the trick is going to be to get this to sit in here. Jeez. Went flying up over my shoulder and hit the other corner of this desk here. That's pretty funny. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Alright. So here's what we'll do. Yeah, that stuff's it nice. Yeah. Needs a non-nerd vacation, please. Well, I think there you go. There you go, Dee Dee. You get Nova, and she gets a non-nerd cruise. It's okay. Or you just say no Nova and do the you do the nerd cruise. You get best of both worlds there. Stuff's just don't get Nova at all. Yeah. Well, like I said, if you did a nerd cruise, you could get both things all together. You know, you get a cruise and you get a convention, little mini convention on the water. You get to go do something during the day. then I'd be cruising with nerds. Well, there's worse things in life than to be cruising with nerds. Nerds! Nerds are harmless. Mostly. Mostly harmless. Yeah. One is okay, she says. Cat hair. Commander Cat hair there. Then I'll paint him separately. One is okay. You don't want to be inundated with nerds. Honestly, the whole nerd thing, that's so high school. I was over it before I was out of high school. Everybody's trying to find where they belong and everything, and you got all that whole, all the kids come up with little identity cliques and everything, and that's just kind of, I've just found the idea as an adult, let's not classify or categorize ourselves. There's a lot of that going on these days, and it breeds a certain expectation, you know. Sometimes it's negative and sometimes it's not negative, but tribalism, in-group stuff, I mean, come on. Classifying and categorizing, I think that went out when you left high school, you know. You don't really need that. Those things, those classifications don't matter in real life anymore anyway. Because a lot of that was who's the cool people, who's hip, who's with it, who's popular. Well, the problem with high school mentality like that is the whole idea of popularity boils down to not are they a good person, are they well liked. It goes beyond just being well liked or being easy to get along with. It really goes far beyond that, and it's probably not the best way to look at life. Classifying and categorizing people according to their likes and interests. Now, is today any good for painting? I don't know. If today is no good for spray painting outside, I may just be happy to have built it, and we may go on to painting up some more of the knolls. No business is nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but knollies. Bring the knolls. Bring the noise, bring the knolls. Pump up the jam. Alright, so I'm going to step outside for a second and see if it's worth going out and spraying this. But spraying is a whole nother whole nother hassle. I may not spray this today. That just is going to take time, and I would not be in front of the computer here. So let me just step outside and see what it's like, just for kicks. Just so I know, I don't want to just make a decision right offhand. I will be right back after these messages. All right. Yeah, it is kind of icky outside, I think. So I'm not going to go outside and spray prime this right now. It's just going to have to wait until a nicer day shows up, I think. So that's all there is to it. Hello, Pumpkin. What's going on, buddy? You snuck in behind me again, didn't you? So what do you think? Does it meet with your approval? Huh? Does that meet with your approval? Does the inspector Is the Inspector General happy with the results? Oh, look out! You're getting a little too far there. I heard you knock those knolls off the table the other night. That makes me vomit, Father. Well, he did that the other day. We cleaned her up, though. Yeah. So, is it a meet with your approval? Did I do a good job, Pumpkin? Huh? Did I? Alright. Says you haven't painted it yet. Well, yes, it's too cold. Cold? What's cold? Hope you get a... Oh, he gets plenty of treats. Hey, he likes the plastic somehow. He'll find, like this. This is the most ignorant little tiny piece of plastic, and he's trying to go after it right here. Like, what in the world makes this particular piece attract him so much? He likes to get things in his mouth. I swear it's like chasing a 3-year-old. What have you got in your mouth? What have you got in your mouth? Put it down. A little bit of fuzz. He'll find a piece of fuzz and he'll start batting around and carry it around his mouth. What are you doing? Get that out of your mouth. One of ours eats tape. Oh, man. He gets too many treats, I think, as it is. I'm trying to keep him on diet. It's tough. So snacking between meals is... But of course, I got the Little Temptations treats for him, and they are only 2 calories a piece. So 4 of those, that's 8. That's not terribly outside of the realm of his allowable caloric intake of calories every day. So now you're on my lap. I need to do some other things today. I'm going till 5 today, there, Pumpkin. I got another couple hours here. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube or Rumble, come on over, check it out. We're trying to raise money for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline here on Twitch. So check it out. Drop $1 or $2. Help us reach our goal of $250. So far, we have reached $116. We're at $116 out of $250. So let's get there. Today is a long day, and yeah. So, hey, Pumpkin, you are in my chair. You are in my lap, dude. Can't really get close to where I need to work with you in my lap. You know that? Pumpkin, it's not just your name, it's how you're shaped. Well, let's see. I see a lot of likes, but I don't see anybody popping over to help out. So, Huh, 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 huh. I get a lot of thumbs up and likes and hearts for my posts, but nobody's showing up. Oh well. It is a charity stream, and nobody's stopping in for charity, so that's okay. I'm kind of used to that. That's fine. But if everybody that hit a thumbs up or a like showed up, boy, we'd have a real good time here. So. So if you haven't had a chance to donate yet here on Twitch, feel free to do so. No obligations, but it would be nice to be able to reach that $250 mark. And we're almost halfway there anyway. So, alright, Pumpkin. I'm going to set you outside the pocket dimension here. And I am going to get back to work. I'm going to work having fun. Or having fun at work. Rawr. But. Alright. There you go. Alright. There you go. Good boy. Right out the door. Nice job. Oh, he always surprises me. Oh, what a cat. What a cat. What a good little guy. Alright. Oh. I missed out on something. Evidently, I forgot to put the bustle on here. So, let's go ahead and put the bustle on. I forgot to put the bustle. You can't hustle if you don't have a bustle. You put the hustle on the bustle. Bustle on the hustle. You can't hustle without the bustle. So it's supposed to go straight directly on the back here. It goes like... Well, there's a padlock there, so maybe it goes like this. Nope, it would go like this. That's weird. That's weird. So this would go like that. Fit right up there. So it shows a bustle being on the back of this cast turret. And it shows it on the picture as well. So it's definitely supposed to be there. So that would sit there. Thusly, yep. All right. And then we'll put the bustle right there. Right there. Who knows? I might even stream on Saturday. I don't know. I was thinking about streaming tomorrow, but I actually have to work tomorrow. I gotta go back on a project that I was on yesterday. I just gotta drop in a couple of pieces of wire. It was an older panel that I worked on yesterday. I replaced electrical panel, and what happens is sometimes people will do work on their place and they sell a house, and then the next people that get it need you to do some work on their place. And the people that did the work originally just had to basically just stretched wire across and did things kind of the wrong way. So I didn't have enough wire, and I didn't have enough time to really go back to the shop and get anything to finish up last night. So I got to get a couple of pieces of number 8 wire and lengthen out what was too short. All right, now we're done. Now we're done building. All right. There you go. 1 Churchill Mark whatever. Actually, that's the NA75. If you want to get right down to it, that is the NA75. So we're going to assume that it's a 75 millimeter gun. This is also a 75 millimeter gun, looks like. That's the 2-pounder, or the 6-pounder, sorry. That's the spigot mortar. That's a howitzer. So yeah. And I could probably build the welded turret minus hatches. Actually, it gives me all the hatches I need, looks like. So I could actually have a welded turret and, minus the bustle. But I could make the bustle out of a piece of plastic card. So that's no big deal. So yeah, I could actually have two turrets. I could have swappable turrets. Now, if you want to get really technical, really crazy, Look, there's some little extinguishers. It says you can only put it on the Mark V. Well, what if I wanted to put it on the NA? Oh, I can put it on the NA75. Look, the NA75. There's the little extinguishers. Hooty hoo! All right, that's good to know. All right, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make that second turret. So I'm going to go put this out in the display case right next to the Matilda, who's going to look at it and say, "Oh my, you don't have a stitch on yet. You're still naked." So this tank is still naked until I get paint on it. It'll be a little while before I get paint on it. Not gonna spray it today, I think. I think I will hold off on it. Though I could paint it by brush. I've got the right color primer, but I think I will go ahead and put it in the case and just leave it as pending. So putting that in the case. Look out, Pumpkin. Look out. All right. So I think I will go ahead and build. What are you doing? Stop! That's not good. What is that? Cellophane. Why are you chewing on cellophane, you silly boy? What is it about cellophane that gets your goat there, pal? Come on. Get out from underneath there. Out from underneath the, there you go. Good boy. I swear, cats have a malfunction. All cats have the same malfunction. All right, so let's go ahead and build this other turret. Why not? We have time. We have time. We have the technology. All right. Snip out this one. Boom. There's that. Boom. Here's this. Boom. Boom. There's that. Boom. Boom. So those are the sides. That's the front. There is a front plate here as well. Let's just see what that entails. Yep, there's only one, isn't there? There's only one. And here's the back plate. That's 49. Confirmed. 49 is the back plate. Again, another empty sprue. There it goes. $28. So there are two little periscopes that go in the front there. And before I trim them off the sprue, I'm going to trim the I'm going to get the actually I'm going to pick off a larger part of the sprue so I can grab hold of it. And we'll clear the mold lines off of the periscopes. Clear the mold lines off the periscopes here. Yeah, man. And we'll trim down those pegs. Trim down the pegs just a little bit too. Excuse me. We'll trim down those pegs just a smidge, because they just don't look well molded to me. They kind of look like an afterthought. Like maybe there's just a little too much pressure in the tool, and so it's kind of pushing out in weird places. Or maybe when they made the tool they kind of fudged on these pegs, and so they're not exactly round. Very strange. So go ahead and stick those in here like this. Now I heard that one. I heard it. It hit the desk. Believe it or not, it hit the desk. It didn't go onto the floor. It hit the desk. So there's one. There's a side. There it is, right here. There it is. Alright. So I think what I'll do is I'll put the hatches closed on this one. This is the welded turret, not the cast turret. I'm going to open that up so it sits down a little bit more. Now, unfortunately, some of the variants, like I was hoping maybe I could use the spigot mortar in the this variant, but evidently the spigot mortar only wants to be in the cast turret. So, oh well. What can you say? But that's pretty cool. I'll have sort of an early production Churchill and a late production Churchill. So then the trick is, do I want to paint it tan? Do I want to put it in the desert? Do I want to put it in Sicily? Do I want to put it in northern Europe? I don't know. It's decisions, right? Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. So this is pretty cool that I can get almost 2-for-1 tanks out of one kit. Open up these receivers just a little bit more. That way they can sit in here a little bit better. I can get them sitting straight. I hope. Bouncing out on me there. Put a little dab of glue right there to hold that in while I fight this other one. Which I'd like to know why. This is trying to fit not smart, not straight. For crying out loud. Alright, we'll put a little dab of glue right there. Just sitting straight. Alright, good deal. Now it's sitting straight. Straight sitting, straight shooting. Alright, and then this. So this goes over that. This goes here. This goes that way. So I got to put the sides on before I put the bottom on. Makes sense to me. Some of these little goblins off of there. I always like it when a kit allows you to make extras. We'll get a little 2-for-1. Like I said, I can always make an extra bustle out of plastic card. So that's pretty cool. Actually, I wonder if the back should go on first. I wonder. And which way is up on the back? That's the other question. See, there's this detail back here. And which is up? I don't know. Yes, you heard it here first. I don't know which way is up. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's going to be this way. This way is up. So we are welding the welded turret. We're welding with plastic glue. I need more fingers and more hands here. Pumpkin could help, but he doesn't have any disposable thumbs. The word is opposable, yes, I know, but it's not as funny as saying disposable thumbs. Think about it. Would a cat know the difference? It'd say, humans have disposable thumbs. Cool. I like that. I got that up. I got that off. Got that going. Nice. Yep, there's a lot of retail here, so a lot of real estate here, so I'm using it. We're gonna weld it up. Weld it right up. And we'll put the bottom on first here. Put that in. Oh, no, we won't. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting too excited here. Getting out of line here. All right. Oh. See, okay. Okay. So, we're going to make this the early war version, I think. And 16, 18, 16. 16 goes with 11. Yep, 11, that's going to be the early gun there. Go with this. I'd go with the 12. Number 12. Number 12's got that cool looking muzzle brake. But 11's a little more archaic looking. I think I'm going to go with the archaic looking. Let's see. I don't see anything. Okay, so that's just Nightbot doing Nightbot things. Thought I saw something come up across the screen there. Oh, advertisement. That's what it was. It's advertisement. All right. It said your advertisement is over. Your advertisement is coming up. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. So that's the early war ride there. I thought about putting the howitzer in. That seemed like it'd be pretty cool, but the howitzer looks like it's only supposed to go on the so that's the howitzer right there, the short barrel howitzer. It only goes on the cast turret. So, oh well. Although, I would say it'd be kind of neat just to do some weird, completely inaccurate tank turrets to throw the rivet counters into a real tizzy. You can't have that turret on. You can't have that gun with that turret. Well, I would dare say that there are older turrets that were outfitted with newer guns all the time. Probably even, especially in the desert campaign. I'm sure that they had lots of things that were just kind of ad hoc threw together as they needed, you know. It's the thing. You see all sorts of strange critters when it comes to vehicles and tanks over the years. And I think having a hard and fast, oh, you can't say that ever happened or never happened. I just don't think that it would be being dogmatic. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is to be dogmatic that you couldn't have this variant with this turret or this gun on this turret and it was only this or only that. I think being dogmatic would be a little bit of a mistake, especially if they were, as much as they were experimenting at the time with things that worked, they would have definitely had to have things that were what they had with what they needed to have. So being terribly dogmatic about it is sort of silly, if you ask me. We're going to let that sit for just a minute. And then we'll get the hatches out. The correct hatches. 37, 38. 37 and 38. Cool. And since I'm using the tank commander in the other one, I'm just going to go ahead and do these in the closed position. So that's 38. 38. Which hatch is 38? 38 is this hatch. Whoop. Butterfingers. Well, come on. Come on, Butterfingers. Well, tell you what. There we go. You dirty dog, you. Oh, you silly thing. Doo-doo head. There we are. There we are. I'll say, there we are, sir. Alright. and the other hatches. And then here are fire extinguishers. Set those aside, put those on the other one. And here is leftover bits. Find something to do with those. Those look wonderfully anachronistic. Like science fiction-y, sort of, just stick them anywhere on something cool. Like this looks like it could be a piece from a Star Wars model, you know? It's just weird. It's weird, man. Weird. So we're going to go ahead and stick that little dude right there. And this little dude right here. And that little dude here. Looks like I gotta cut a little sprue off of that. Little spruance there. Alright. Sprue is a funny word, isn't it? Some people call it a tree, some people call it a frame. Correctly, it's called a sprue. Or technically, it's called a sprue. But tree or frame also works. Although I wonder, what does sprue actually mean? Was it just something that somebody came up with as a word that it worked, so they stuck with it? It just was a weird thing. Hey, what's that thing? What do you call this? Oh, I don't know. What does it look like? I don't know. It looks like a sprue. Okay, we'll go with that. I mean, where did the word sprue come from? Well, let's go ahead and look where this word sprue came from. Let us look. We have the internet, the whole of the world's knowledge at our fingertips. Let's look up the word sprue. S-P-R-U-E. Sprue. S-P-R-U-E. Sprue. Say it. Sprue. Speak and spell. Remember Speak and Spell? Oh, Speak and Spell was a thing. Alright. Merriam-Webster. Well, evidently, sprue is a disorder in which the intestines are unable to absorb nutrients from food. No, that's not what I want to know. I don't want to know sprue. Etymology. Early 19th century of unknown origins. A channel through which metal or plastic is poured into a mold. A piece of metal or plastic that solidified in a sprue, especially one joining a number of small molded plastic items. Early 19th century of unknown origins. Interesting. Use over time from 1900 to 1950 saw a peak usage of the word sprue. The meaning of sprue is the waste piece on a casting, as of metal or plastic left by the hole through which the mold was filled. The hole in which a sprue forms. But what is the etymology? Where did it come from? It didn't say. Time for filling, area of mold, area of gate, acceleration due to gravity, total height, height of mold cavity. That's pretty neat. There's a whole formula for figuring out how to fill the void in a mold. What is the difference between a sprue and a runner? Some mold makers distinguish the sprue, the gate, and the runner. The sprue is a large diameter channel through which plastic flows, usually around the edges of the part or along straight lines. The runner is a smaller channel from the sprue to the individual part. An analogy may be found in a water system, which employs the main, smaller pipes to individual houses. The gate is a location at which the molten plastic enters the mold cavity and is often evidenced by a small nub or projection, the gate mark, on the molded piece. Interesting. But it still doesn't tell us where the word sprue came from, and it says early 19th century of unknown origins. That's, I mean, it doesn't even have a speculative origin. It just says unknown origin. That is crazy. Let's see. DD says, walked past my cats, told them they weren't getting fed yet. All I heard was, Father, this action is not supported by the Codex Astartes. Yeah, I try to only feed Pumpkin. I try to feed Pumpkin 12 hours apart. So, a feeding in the morning and a feeding in the evening so that he doesn't get too much food all at once. This action is not supported by the Codex Astartes. That's great. I love it. So we've looked up the definition of sprue. We couldn't find the origin of the word, which is odd. I gave them 2 cans for dinner since it is Thanksgiving and all. Right? Well, he'll get some. I think he'll get some Treatos here once I get out of here. So cool. We got 2 turrets, 1 tank, and if I want to make a bustle back here, I'll just have to use a piece of plastic card. But there's detail on the back, so wouldn't necessarily have to. Although it does show a bustle on the back of the welded hull, so that's kind of cool. There's four cats, yes. So, haha, right? 2 cans for dinner. That's a half a can each, huh? Nice. Look at this. So I've got elevation still too. Boop, boop, boop. That's actually got more. That's actually got more movement than the one on the cast turret that I did. So, all right, let's put that aside. That will get painted as soon as there's a nice day. I should say it'll get spray painted. It'll get olive drab spray painted as soon as there's a nicer day. It's like in the 40s, mid 40s outside. It felt like it definitely didn't feel like no 50s. If it was 50s, I might. Normally they get about a 3/4 of a can total each throughout the day, right? Yep. Let's see. So, since it's November, we're going to go ahead and get back to painting some knolls to round things out. We got another hour or so. This is not a long marathon because there are things I need to do this evening as well. So, this is not my usual super duper super long marathon today, but it has been a marathon. It has been a long stream. A long stream. It's been a long stream. Getting from 10 to 4, which I was going to try to be from 9 to 5, but I got up a little late today. I did. I got up a little late today. I got up at 8:30 and went and scrounged for some breakfast. You can always tell who doesn't check their phones before they head out, because there was a line around McDonald's this morning. And it was just people waiting. They were waiting in line. So I was like, could this be? Could I have been mistaken that McDonald's is actually open this morning? Which is very odd that McDonald's is closed on Thanksgiving morning. Usually they used to always be open for half a day at least. But I guess they can't find anybody that really wants to work anymore. Everybody wants to take off all the time they possibly can. So I guess if they have the chance, right, they'll take it. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. McDonald's and Wendy's and all those places that do breakfast in the morning really should stay open for at least the morning on a holiday like today, because you've got people that are traveling that want to eat. You know, you got people that probably left the house before breakfast and figured they'd get something on the road down the way or get something close once they got closer to grandma's house or whatever. So not being open is kind of unfair. But you can always tell when people don't check their phones, because I knew it wasn't open. I was like, well, I'll go down to Speedway and get some Speedway breakfast and get a cup of coffee and get some of the taquitos that they have. Yeah, when I went for lunch, you did the same and it was open. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, Bob Evans was open till like 1 today, 1 or 2, I think. So that's why I ordered from Bob Evans. And there's some people that use Bob Evans to cater their holiday meal anyway. So, all right, we're gonna go with bright neutral gray, and we're gonna mix that back into some of the warm neutral gray. And we're going to do a little dry brushing on the upper surfaces. Go half and half there. So that was the last color that I used there. And I was like, you know what? These guys need to be brighter up on top. So we're going to brighten things up a bit. But I saw there were probably 20 cars deep around McDonald's this morning just waiting. So I decided I wanted to see if they really were open or not. So I drove around the McDonald's, past the line and down the alleyway. And nope, there was nobody in the drive-thru, like the drive-thru service area. So I thought that was kind of funny. They were open, or they weren't open, and people were just hanging around. It was like watching a dog look at his dish and wondering why there's no food in it, you know? It was kind of sad, kind of pathetic, but here I was going to Speedway for breakfast. So who's sad and pathetic, right? So I'm just lightly dry brushing. I just want to get the upper surfaces here. I'm not really going for the lower surfaces like I did before. And I probably didn't have quite enough cleared out of my brush, but that's okay. Let's see. I got my orc kill team built, got them primed, and the first Necron out of that new kill team was a pain to build, no doubt. I have no idea why Workshop makes their stuff so difficult to put together anymore. It used to be real fun to put their stuff together, you know. That's the one you split with Miar, wasn't it? Or was that the Tyranids box? I can't keep track. I can barely keep track of what I do half the time. I can't keep track of everybody else's stuff. Awesome model, but a real pain to build. Yeah, that was the was that the big Necron, like the big Triarch Walker thing, or what? Let's see, it was, but I got the Death Watch from that box. I got the Necrons as a standalone this past weekend. Okay, all right, yeah, the snake-looking one. Yeah. I still got a lot of paint in this brush. Kind of didn't quite get as dry as I wanted this dry brush to get, but that's okay. That's okay. Like I said, once I throw a wash on here, it'll knock that brightness down a little bit more. So if I brush a little bit lighter, instead of jamming it on there quite so hard, it will also facilitate a better effect. Hmm. Then there'll be some facial markings. I think the razorback crest on this needs to be darker. So there'll be some markings I'll paint. I'll paint some markings on them to differentiate them. Make them look more like jackals or hyenas, not jackals. Just kind of staying on top, not really going. I'm not going underneath here. Just staying on top mostly. Not really going for like an OSL or a volumetric or anything like that. Just letting the layers do the work. Again, these are just soft plastic PVC bones from Reaper. So I'm not getting too excited about mold lines or soft detail. It just is what it is, you know. There's not much I can do about it. Hard to clear this dry brush a little bit sometimes. So just have a slightly lighter touch get me there as well. So my dry brushing game is not real great on this at the moment, but that's alright. Just a little too much paint still on there. There is actually a poll on my YouTube channel Do gnolls have feet or do they have paws? So which is it? Do gnolls have feet or do they have paws? You can go over to my YouTube channel and voice your opinion. On the post there. Paws. We have one for paws. So DD Mini says gnolls have paws. If they have paws, they must have maws too. Da-dum-dum. Alright. Let's see. What's next? What's next on these bad boys? Let's see. He's going to be fairly easy. He's mostly robes and bracers and his staff and his little flicky thing. These guys here, they're hero-ish dudes. Alright. So let's get some black. And we'll undercoat. Oh, look at that. We'll undercoat all the places that are going to be metal on these guys, so we can dry brush metal over top of them. So we'll get a little bit of black here. And undercoat. Oh, what's this? I don't have to use my good. I don't have to use my good paints for these guys. I use my not good paints for these guys. I thought you were going to be painting tanks today. Well, I built my tank today, and I have time left over, so I'm going to keep on working on these gnolls because it's still November, which is Men's Mental Health Month, which is why we have the donation button here on the Twitch channel. So feel free to hit that Twitch link. If you're watching over on YouTube or Rumble, just type in twitch.tv/JPGotRockets and come on over and leave a little donation, $1 or $2 for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. None of the money goes to Twitch. It goes solely to the nonprofit that we're supporting. For this particular fundraiser. For my Necrons, I'm thinking a dirty gold bronze with all the glowy bits being purple rather than the normal silver green. Nice. Yeah, I always like to see different colors for Necrons. DD, absolutely. The silver green is so played out. It's easy, but I mean you could spray them with dark bronze and dry brush them up to a lighter gold, and maybe just do a quick little edge highlighting with some silver, and then use the purple. Do purple OSL. Yeah, that's gonna look boss, man. I really like that. My Necrons, whenever I get around to them, I've actually I've started building them. I've got a lot of them built. But I am planning on doing them in like ceramic, so they're going to look like bone, but you can see the metal. You know, obviously their joints and everything are going to be metallic, but I'm going to use bone. And I've always wanted to use orange for the glowy bits, but I've kind of been thinking about doing maybe just, instead of orange as the glowy bits, maybe do blue as a glowy bit, because blue is a colder color and orange is a warm color. So if I used orange over the bone white, you know, the bone is that off-white, it's more of a warm color, that tan, and I think that the orange would get lost on it. So I may go with blue. Blue is because it's got that contrasting coldness to it. So I'm all about the alternative paint colors for paint schemes for Necrons. I totally agree. I'm glad to hear you got a good idea. That is a really great idea. Really, really cool. Now, would that be metallic or would that be leather? It could be either one, really, couldn't it? I want to make that gold really dark too. Yeah, you know what you could do is if you use brown. Brown is your undercoat, and then if you use your airbrush, you probably build up in thinner layers with your gold over top of that. Let me tell you about the color. So this is a cool color, not cool color, but this is a color I like. It's called Tinny Tin. It's by Vallejo, and it is kind of that dark brass, dark bronze color. And you mix that in with your gold, and there's like probably 87 different colors of gold that I have here. Some is very red and some is very pale. But Tinny Tin is a great place to start with gold or bronzes. Actually, I thought about putting bronze instead of using steel for these guys' armor. I was thinking about maybe going for something more like a bronze. But I might do that with these guys because they've got scale armor. So that scale versus this chainmail. So something a little bit different. Scale 75 black metal with scale 75 decayed metal. Yeah, that'll probably do it. That sounds like a good idea. You definitely got to plan a scheme like that. You definitely got to plan out. especially if you want to do something different than what everybody else is doing. Prime it all black and then just do a heavier dry brush. Oh yeah, that'll work just fine. Because dry brush gives you some translucent qualities as well. So, absolutely. Because there's enough shine through. I just came up with that word, shine through, with dry brushing. That you're going to get that dark quality. You're going to darken down, you're going to leave, it's going to darken everything down. So that's good. That'll work really fine, really well, I think. So we are almost to 5 o'clock. This is going to be one of my shorter marathons today. Might stream some Saturday though, I don't know. Again, holiday time can be stressful for people, so be kind. Some people don't like holidays because they're very stressful times. Sometimes they bring back memories of people they've lost. There's lots of reasons people want to get away, and this is a place you can get away from the holidays. Hang out and hide out from the holidays here with me, right here in the pocket dimension. But men's mental health has sometimes takes a nosedive around this time of year. The stresses with the aforementioned holidays and keeping up with all the expectations that people have, that can cause a lot of frustration, a lot of depression, especially if you feel like you have to spend a lot of money on things, do all the things that society tells you have to do to be accepted around this time of year. You don't have to. But come on by, hang out, de-stress, and remember, we've got the 988 line going on here, the fundraiser for the 988 line. Actually, I wonder if that could be like a big piece of bone. I don't know. Well, it's going to be metal. Looks like this handle is made out of bone, for sure. This thing is just tied on there. Not a lot of metal going on this guy here. Looks like it's going to be Mostly studded leather and some jewelry, looks like. But shield has got metal bits on it. It's going to be metal and wood, so we'll go ahead and undercoat that black. But mental health can take a big hit around this time of year for lots of reasons. The season by itself, just being cold and dreary, can have an effect on our disposition. So but there are people that recognize that. Some people don't understand that seasonally affected depression is a thing. And I'm sure that if you are feeling blue for more than a day or two, it may be that. And so you could call the 988 line and they can put you in touch with mental health care professionals. They have resources. That's what they do. But they can't do it without your help. So that's why we're taking donations this month. And until we reach our $250 goal, the fundraiser will stay alive until we reach the $250 donation goal. Now, it's not a whole lot for sure, obviously, but it's the first fundraiser that I've done on the channel. So definitely give it a look. And like I said, if you're watching on Rumble or YouTube, don't be afraid to come over and hit that big purple button at the bottom of my screen. Make your donation $1 or $2, $5, whatever you can spare. And then if you go to Fourth Wall, Patty's Parlor, his merchandise shop, he is going to be donating half of profits until we reach our goal. So that's Fourth Wall, Patty's Parlor, and he will donate half the proceeds from your purchase to our fundraiser. Cool. So shields are done. Axes are done. see. Well, it is pretty much 5 o'clock now. I think I've had about enough sitting around for the day. So I'm going to finish priming up this shoulder pad here. Call it a day here in about 5 minutes. Of course, in January we do the super long anniversary or streamiversary stream. That one's usually about 12 hours, but this has been about 7 hours today. Was going to be 8, but I got started a little bit later than I wanted to. But that's okay, it's my channel, I can do what I want to. It's my channel and I'll do what I want to. Mrs. Miar and Blades can't participate in the giveaways that day, right? That's true. That's true. No, they're more than welcome to. But they do tend to win a lot. The algorithm likes them, it seems. Somehow. All right, it's 5 o'clock. Here is somewhere. So we're going to pack it in, pack it up, button it down, and thank you all for watching. Thanks for everybody that showed up. Thank you for everybody that's contributed to the fundraiser so far. And we'll still keep the fundraiser going. I was hoping to get there today, but it's been slow, which Thanksgiving usually often is. Thanksgiving, as it is. And the like. But this was a chance. I've given away a lot during these streams over the years, over the last couple of years. I figured this would be a nice way for people to give back. So, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of it. I will probably, I've got a lot of work to do around the house this weekend. I'm trying to do some things. I got a really short day of work tomorrow. Just got to go in for an hour or two to help to finish something up real quick. But yeah, that's pretty well it. Thank you for joining me on my 3rd annual Thanksgiving stream, where we assembled the Warlord Games Churchill tank. And by this kit, you get basically 2 turrets. You'll have to come up with a bustle for one of them, but you can basically have 2 turrets and 1 hull and swap things out as you need them. That's pretty cool. I'm glad they did that. So now I've got a Mark III. I've got a Mark III turret, and I've got an NA-75 turret, along with the correct guns. And yeah, there you go. So we built the Churchill from Warlord Games, and that's what we did today. I'll paint it when the weather gets nice for a nice undercoat of olive drab spray paint. So I think that's it. Thank you all for being here. Have a great weekend. If I don't see you on stream or online anywhere else for the rest of the season, have a warm and wonderful wintertime. Stay safe. Don't drink and drive. Let's see. That's it. No matter how bad today might have been or yesterday might have been, the sun is coming up tomorrow, and the world is a better place with you in it. Keep on painting. Keep on playing. We'll see you all later. Good night, everybody.